yo-ho. Amen, yo-ho, 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 hi-ya-ya, oh.
Kanibambe emaqabane. Kanibambe emaqabane. Omasambe no no. Omasambe no no. Omasambe no. asambe nono siyolwela umhlaba siyolwela umhlaba asambe nono siyolwela umhlaba asambe nono siyolwela umhlaba asambe nono masambe nono masambe nono masambe nono siyolwela umhlaba
Amandla. 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 Enkosi Maqabane nasivulela kamandi. Siyawuthatha umhlaba mama. Kancinci kancinci. Ngenkani. Molweni kakhona, dumelang. Absheni. Likai. Nivuka kakuhle. Hayi kuhle xa kunjalo. Colleagues, comrades, welcome to day 2 of the Social Justice Assembly. Indeed. We are running slightly behind schedule, and for that I apologize, but I'm sure we will claw back some time during the day. I'm going to start with a couple of announcements, and I'm moving into the first keynote, just because our speaker is waiting for us. In terms of announcements, yesterday we had mentioned that the report backs from the engagement sessions would be happening this morning. Because of the shifts in our program, we're going to do the report backs this afternoon. So rapporteurs from yesterday's engagement sessions and rapporteurs from today's engagement sessions, please be prepared to do your report back in session 6, which would start at about 2 o'clock. And we're asking that you please prioritize reporting back on action points. So where was there agreement in your small engagement? Where was there consideration of kind of next steps forward, rather than giving us a summary of the discussion, right? Then the other announcement is for people traveling to the airport today. There will be 2 trips to the airport. One at 3 o'clock this afternoon and one at 5 o'clock this afternoon. The transport will leave from here. It'll go past the hotel so that people can collect their bags, and then it'll go on to the airport. So please check your flight times for those who are leaving today, and make sure that you take transport that'll get you to the airport in good time. All right? So abo bahamba namhlanje, i-shuttles zizohamba kabini apha zisuka apha eFuture Africa zigqithe hotel, kukho ehamba ngo-3, kukho ehamba ngo-5. So sicela ujonge nje iflight yakho uba yinini. Abantu bahamba namhlanje. All right. As I said, I'm going to then move swiftly into our keynote address. So our keynote speaker, who is Ayabonga Cawe, is joining us remotely. There he is. Hi, Ayabonga. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, comrade. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we're hearing you clearly. So Ayabonga is going to speak to us about the strategic shifts that we should be looking at over the next 3-year period in the social justice sector. So I'm going to hand over to you, Ayabonga.
Thank you very much, Comrade Director, Program Director, and good morning to colleagues and friends who are with us this morning, both virtually and also in the room. It's a real pleasure, I guess, to be with you all this morning. I would have hoped to have been there in person, but due to unforeseen challenges, I was unable to do so. But I'd like to take this opportunity once again to thank the organizers of the Assembly for the invitation, because in many ways, I think the Assembly itself presents an opportunity to discuss the challenges that are confronting not just the sector, but I think our society as a whole. I think also it's an opportunity for reflection, somewhat of an inflection point, if I can say, for the sector to look inward and ask itself whether or not and to what degree it has been able or will be able to in the future to respond to the unfolding economic, social, and social reproductive crises that we face in our society. So ndiceliwe namhlanje to come and speak about what strategic shifts are needed as we look to the next 3 decades. I'm not sure if the organizers in asking me to speak to this were assuming that because maybe I'm a bit young, I'll be alive in 3 decades. But let me maybe take the opportunity to speak to what I think are some of the critical challenges that we are confronting in our environment. I think the first point I want to make is that all of us are familiar with the struggles and the challenges and even the opportunities that confront us in the communities that we live in. We are all familiar with the key features and the dimensions of the crisis that we find ourselves in. And so I'm not going to belabor the issue insofar as talking about what it is that we do, because in many ways that will be determined by the pace, the rhythms, and the vagaries of struggle. But what I do wish to speak to is how it is that we think through a strategic disposition to deal with what is called a polycrisis, a crisis with multiple dimensions, a crisis with multiple catastrophic implications that are occurring all at the same time. And so the shifts are going to be needed at multiple levels across different terrain. And I ask today, who must shift? What must this shift involve, and towards what? And under what conditions? So it might seem that a lot of these questions are academic, but to my view, they are not. Because it's important that we begin to unpack what it is that we can do as active agents who can change history and the society that we are confronted with. So let me maybe draw some attention to that first part of the question. Who must shift? I think it's quite clear that a lot of the work that we do is about reclamation of justice. It's about shifting behaviors. It's about influencing policies, laws, but also keeping in check the administrative actions of those who exercise power in our communities, in the state, and in the markets. And in some, it is about really trying to imprint in our society a particular vision of change held by many of those who struggle. So in this case, our pursuit of change is also to recognize that in many ways, the change is needed in ourselves as well. It's needed in the organizations we form part of and from the communities from which we are drawn. So any change, has to start with us. And I think this shift in many ways is a shift that is embedded in our understanding that we still live in a society that has a very uneven and a very unequal distribution of power, life chances, and opportunity. It's about shifting where power is exercised, where it is brokered, where it is felt, and the ways in which power is experienced by those with power and those without it. I say this because in many ways, the concern of many South African people confronted with the challenges they have is embedded in a question that is often asked. Have we become a theme-based civic and social justice movement rather than a popular channel for not just expressing and organizing around grievances, but taking together the paintbrush of history to draw a different destiny? I think assemblies and convenings of this kind show that indeed there is a civic movement in South Africa that is interested in working across different themes and areas of concern and interest to fashion wider areas of involvement, organization, and solidarity. I hope in many ways it is an opportunity for us to revisit and rethink how it is that we spend many of our finite resources, not just money, but also how it is that we spend our time, how we spend our energies, and to what ends and in what areas. So in many ways, the shift that we are looking for, not only in those with whom we fight, but also among ourselves. Because in many ways, the disappointment of the unfulfilled promise of post-apartheid South Africa seems to have trapped many of us into what Ben Okri calls a kind of nightmare or unreality, which breeds in us a resigned sense that our problem is seemingly insurmountable. Ben Okri, delivering the Biko lecture, suggested that even the rage expressed in resistance to apartheid had to contend with the seemingly eternal and unchangeable character of the regime. It seems that February 1990 did not change this. Okri had this to say, and I quote, "It seemed one of those unacceptable facts etched into the fabric of the world. In England, where I lived in the latter part of my life, it was assumed by many that apartheid would be with us for generations. It seemed like one of those unalterable facts like fate or the moon or like hunger. But it was a great injustice. A great injustice rouses something very deep in the human spirit, something deep that goes all the way back to the gods. We can almost say that greater justice awakens in us the same forces that shape the world, a force greater than destiny itself. When a people overcome the impossible, they achieve eventually a kind of evolutionary shift and an epistemological break. They realize eventually, deep in their souls, something powerful about their will. They are never quite the same people again." End quote. It seems that the stalemate that brought a particular form of racial capitalist institutional framework in this country to an end, what is often called the 1994 breakthrough, meant that the South African Black working class, the women and the youth, were never quite the same people again, as Okri says. The same social forces who defeated National Party vision of our country, who achieved an evolutionary shift and an epistemological break. It seems that these social forces have yet to seemingly deal with the unchangeable grip of the material reality of injustice, of inequality, and of an unfolding social reproductive crisis. These same masses, it seems, are yet to deal with the material and psychological foundations of the order they fought against, and that many suggest they defeated. And it seems the terrain around us is shifting. The social, the ecological, the political, and even the environmental questions that confront all of us take us back to the same questions that certainly we must and ought to continue to ask. Who is the political subject in South Africa? Who is this agent who is expected to have some interest in the kind of revolutionary change that we want? And I think it's important to understand this because in many ways, the political subject that defeated apartheid, in many ways, has changed in ways that are incomprehensible to our progressive politics. Operation Dudula is an example of this. How could the same social forces who had connected workplace and community struggles to defeat apartheid in ways that the global left and the world over marveled at, how could those social forces now serve as grand apartheid's active agents in defense of narrow ethnic territorialism and some form of Bantustan regionalism? How could these social forces arrive at a different vision of justice? And I think it's a question that we need to ask because, in a way, it recognizes that umzabalazo is not a 100-meter sprint, and that it goes through ebbs and flows. It goes through decades of lulls, decades of massive activity, decades of inactivity as well. And throughout those, we must ask whether the political subject is evolving in ways that continue to correspond with the principles and, of course, the value system of that struggle. I think these questions suggest that the shifts we need to undertake are shifts that take us much closer to a clear articulation of what our common purpose is, our principles are, what our minimum program is over and above many of the areas where we might have clearer visions. You see, part of the explanation for some of these shifts that seem incomprehensible is outlined by Justin Joke in his latest book, Revolutionary Mathematics, Artificial Intelligence, Statistics, and the Logic of Capitalism. And he argues that it seems that the potential revolutionary subject is so divested from the general interest in collective action. It seems the subject, as we often say, is so atomized that it is difficult to even think of collective politics. And this is what's happening not just in South Africa, but in the world. And so in a way, it is commendable and encouraging that assemblies of the kind that you have convened, they are coming together to understand that in a capitalist, heteronormative, patriarchal, racial order, that nobody has power in their own individual realm, no matter what we might convince ourselves, and that the real power arises from collective struggle. And maybe that is the one area where we probably don't need a shift, because it's something that we've always understood. But we now need to understand it in conditions that are much different, and of course in conditions that are not of our own choosing. But I think also it requires a conceptual shift. Or maybe we have misread what Simone de Beauvoir says when she suggests that the struggle itself has shifted in form, and that resistance is one thing, but in many instances, politics is another. In many ways, it seems that we have collapsed our vision of a post-apartheid political, social, economic, and environmental order to the pageantry of electoral politics, which effectively subsume and snuff out any collective forms of solidarity that can extend beyond our own narrow electoral political interests. And in many ways, much of what we see is part of that political crisis. You cannot divorce it from the electricity crisis. You cannot divorce it from the challenges of reticulating water, from the devastating impact of climate disasters on people who can least shoulder the impact of those crises, the endemic violence, the widespread and deepening waste of productive talent in unemployment. All of these produce in us counter impulses that may even reverse some of our most treasured gains. So I wish to say a few things around this area. I think the shifts that we need are probably on 5 different planes. The first shift is that we need to shift our own understanding of which subject carries much of the political and revolutionary agency. You know, Marxists in previous centuries have often placed much of the investment, politically and otherwise, into the male industrial worker as the site and agent of change. In a society like ours, it would be foolish to think like that. Because in many ways, even that subject is significantly in a precarious condition, but also that subject is probably not the subject most interested in revolutionary change. It is the care worker, it is the unemployed, it is those who sit at the margins of the society, effectively discouraged from undertaking any economic, social, and political activity. It is the silent majority that doesn't show up to electoral elections. That is where our subject is. It is those who might not necessarily join us in the picket lines, but who experience in very visceral ways the multiple ramifications of this crisis. And we need to think about what it means to organize those. It might look like, you know, the rolling mass action, the hundreds and thousands of people who come out, but collective action in this kind of environment we find ourselves in has to be reimagined into ways that continue to draw many into struggle and into solidarity. I think the second shift is that we need to shift how we think of our theory. What is our theory of the type of change that we want? What is our understanding of the role that our own organizations can play in the type of change that we want? But similarly, we need to think of how we bring that theory and reflection into a framework of action, and what that action looks like in different spaces, in different spheres, and what issues are taken up as part of that. And similarly, we need to shift our spheres of involvement. It's quite concerning that when we're confronted, for instance, with the electricity crisis, that there are seemingly very few, you know, spaces outside of this pageantry of electoral politics that I've been speaking about, that are able to mobilize people into collective action outside, for instance, an app that says, this is when your load shedding is happening. And these are the big questions that we need to ask. Yes, we must resist now, but what is the type of energy paradigm and future that we want? What are the alternative forms of ownership, of collective ownership of energy that will ensure that we don't put all of our eggs in a basket and are reliant on a mega monopolistic utility, which has now brought us all to our knees? These are the questions that the social justice sector has to ask. The South African people expect the sector to be asking and answering some of these questions. As I conclude, I think we need to dream different dreams. And in so doing, I want to encourage all of us as we meet today to reflect on that and to take courage that indeed this shifting environment throws up new contradictions, but in so doing also unleashes and unveils old and seemingly historically intractable forms of exploitation, forms of opportunity. And we need to maybe take the mantle and take the helm of those opportunities. So once again, to commend all of you for coming together. I look forward to reading the declarations and the outcomes that will come from your convening. And I look forward to the challenge that you throw up, not just to the society, but to yourselves. And once again, thank you very much for taking time to stand back and reflect and take the next few days to reflect on the difficult challenges that we face. And may we be assured, may we be comforted that indeed the people's cause will triumph, and that indeed the people are the makers of history, and it is their hands and sweat that will determine their destiny. And God.
Enkosi kakhulu, enkosi kuwe Ayabonga, siyabulela. I'm going to ask our respondents to come down and join us. Uya Olanda, Sindisa, no Gia. Is that good? And Gia. Gia, are you here from AIDC? Ah, there you are. If they could come down and take their seats. So we're going to ask our respondents just to react, to engage in conversation with Ayabonga's keynote, to speak to what for them have been some of the points that have jumped out at them, provocations, and then we will open it up for engagement with the rest of us. I hope Ayabonga is still on the line and will be able to hear the engagement.
Yes, I'm still here and I can hear you.
Perfect, okay, and be part of that conversation. So Kia ndizo qala ngawe. Okay, diqale phi. Oh, xolo, okay, thatha ama-bundles ke, Yolanda ndingaqala ngawo. Hayi yini guys, asinoqala ngendoda. Hayi ngekhe kulunge kaloku. Njani.
Mengivula izozo, okay. Good morning, colleagues. I'm a bit excited to be here. I haven't seen some colleagues in a while, so it's very heartwarming. And I wanted to say also that I think that it's particularly important for us to commend the fact that we're here together after the COVID-19 pandemic that forced us to be very far away from each other, mentally, physically, and spiritually. So I want to commend that, and we must remember that it is difficult to coalesce with our differences, but here we are doing it. I wanted to also say that maybe I should stop talking because Ayabonga said everything. Yeah, I can leave. Just a caveat joke that, a joke when Comrade Nomzamo called me and asked me to come and contribute to this, I thought to myself, yo, 30 years, am I that old? It reminded me of, that struggle I had in crèche. I had a struggle, I mobilized people. We resisted nap time. So I feel like this is my time now. Back in the 90s, this is my moment to talk. I have, I think, 4 points that are interlinking that I'd like to add on to what Comrade Ayabonga said. For me, the overarching point, it stems from a long time that I spent with some young feminist queer activists last year that taught me something that seems extremely simple but is fundamentally profound and shifted the way I think about things. And we were in conversation about something very random during the holy waters in the evening. And as we were engaging in holy waters, we spoke about we are literally living in the society we are trying to change. So I just want to say that again. We are living in the society we are trying to change. And I think once we accept that we're living in the society that we're trying to change, can we then identify what next? Because I only started in the 90s, I don't have much to say. But what I mean about we're living in the society that we're trying to change means that the power imbalances, the inequalities, the privilege and positionalities that we see outside are within our space. And therefore, we perpetuate, exacerbate, and even maintain those difficulties. So if we're thinking about what to do next, is to be honest about the ills that are outside are inside. And then once we agree on that, can we then figure out, okay, so how do we move? And what I mean about moving is going back to the fact that when the UDF coalesced, when we were able to fight and come together to topple and push apartheid away, we were all in agreement who the enemy was, right? But we were not really in agreement on the uhuru we wanted. Dr. Sanele Sibanda, who I've been trying to read a lot of his articles, really spoke to me last year around some of the work that he's been doing in terms of transformative constitutionalism. And something that was profound for me that he mentioned in some of his articles was the fact that when we were trying to push for the new South Africa, everything, the buzzword was transformation, transformation. But no one could spell out what is this transformation. And then we kind of wrestled with, oh no, but we're developing a transformative constitution. But how can we develop a transformative constitution when there's so many different of us who have different conceptions of what the Uhuru is going to be? So how do we conceptualize of a transformation in a system that continues to create neoliberalism and capitalism, da-da-da-da-da? That means then our constitution and our dreams of the Uhuru are happening within the very same system that we have issues with. That's one thing. The other thing that I'm wanting to talk about is I believe that tech is something that we have to think a lot about. What I mean tech, and some comrades who know me from the anti-extractivist struggle will be like, oh, yes. Irrespective of the fact that at the moment, the materials that we need to make technological things are extremely wrong for communities and the environment, it does not curb the fact that we can identify new metals and new things that don't destroy the environment and don't dispossess people. It is a political and economic choice to continue to extract minerals that cause violence to the earth and people. Yesterday, Comrade Nonqeto spoke about anarchists want the Uhuru, but we can't imagine it. It is done on purpose that we can't imagine it. Capitalism and its systems that interlink around it have been embedded in our psyche to the point that we don't imagine a different world. That takes me to the point around honesty and transparency in the sector. What I mean about honesty and transparency in the sector alludes really to what Comrade Nonqeto was alluding to yesterday, about we've been together for 30 years, comrades. Well, I can't say 30. I'm turning 29 this year. But we've been together for 30 years and things have happened and things haven't happened. Things have been said, things haven't been said. And most of the time, when there's frictions within our sector, it's because we haven't asked ourselves this question. Are we fighting with those who want a seat at the table? Or are we fighting with those who don't want the table? Or are we fighting with those who want to question whether the table must exist or not? And what I've seen is that we haven't been clear and transparent about that. Some of us believe that we don't want a seat at the table. That's why we'll fight neoliberalism. That's why we'll fight this. But sometimes down the line, there are comrades who we meet who actually want a seat at the table. You know, for all you know, I want to be a policy person, but I'm here preaching. And I'm saying then about our strategies going forward is spelling that out. What is it that we want? And how do we think we're going to get there? Because we have already done these things, comrades. But they haven't gotten us to the point that we want to. So maybe let's go back and be honest. Do I want to be the executive director of an NGO? That's why I'm in struggle? or I'm in struggle for the collective. I'm just asking the questions, comrades. Are we in movement because we think that it's a side of our struggle, or being in movement is a way for me to secure my stipend and work at the NGO? There's nothing wrong with putting food on the table, comrades. And there's nothing wrong with wanting nice things. We all deserve nice things. That's why I'm in struggle. I want everyone to have nice things. That's the sword I'm willing to die on. But we need to ask ourselves those questions. We need to grapple with the things that are tough so that we can get and develop a consensus, if there will be a consensus. Going back to the tech point I was trying to make. Comrades, I believe that tech optimism and tech realism are the same sides of one coin. What I mean about tech optimism is believing that we could use tech as a tool to push and build and even, I don't even know how to expand our struggle. Similarly, the realist part of it is that tech can be harmful if not used right. But yesterday, comrades, I was sitting connected virtually watching, and we struggled with the Jamboard. The reason why we struggled with the Jamboard, comrades, is that we don't make time and space for tech. The comrades who work on tech things are pushed aside. It's not a real issue. When Right to Know spoke about access to information, when they spoke about data, that was it's a bourgeois struggle. You know why is it a bourgeois struggle? Because the bourgeois or the bourgeoisie didn't want us to have access to information. And one of the tools for access to information in the 21st century is your phone, is your laptop. So when we keep on thinking about a comrade asking for 100 rand for data, and we're like, they're thirsty, they don't want to join the meeting. That's then when we keep on reinforcing and perpetuating the same power imbalances that exist. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone. I'm a little bit nervous, so please, yeah. So to me, when I was asked to be here, it was nothing but an absolute pleasure. And now seeing the topic that I'll be commenting on, it's like, okay, fine. You know, at least you turning 29. I was not even here when it was 15 itself, okay? So for me, how can I put this? I'm gonna put it in the most simple way I think I understand it, né? So basically, if ever we continue with the current systems, current mindsets, current everything that is happening in the nation, possibility is humanity will wipe itself out within 100 to 200 years, if not even less. Dinosaurs didn't wipe themselves out, guys, but we're running a high race. And without a strong mentality in what we stand for, if it's not really solid, with a solid foundation, an entirety of a man or of a humanity is so little. It's just a couple of magnesium, maybe a little bit of iron, 2.5 kg, if not even 3, maximum, without the right foundation. And, you know, I love Tyler Perry, and one of his greatest quotes is, if ever a foundation is not built right, when the building comes tumbling down, everybody mentions it. But if ever it's done correctly, no one says anything. So I'd like to thank everybody that made sure that everyone is here. So thank you for that. The reason why we're gonna, eliminate ourselves from the planet is because humanity hasn't really fully capacitated its brain cells. Meaning, In order for you to open up your brain cells, it means you have to open up yourself to experiences. But how do you open up yourself to experiences and to learn new things with the past that we have and the current oppressors that wear the same color of skin and color of pride? Animals, scientifically, existed before humans who rose to the highest of the top food chain. We are the species with the most neural group capacity. We were given 10% of that capacity, and it's amazing what we've done with it. I mean, look at the building that we're in. It's proof. It's just a pity we're able to build so beautiful buildings and create so much, but we can't build communities ourselves. We can't build the bad things that are supposed to hold us. I'm not going to drag this any further because, oh my gosh, as I said, I'm a little bit nervous. So I've jotted down everything to what I think should be 4 steps, the strategic plan, 4 steps. The first one being adaptation. This would mean an acknowledgement, being conscious of where we currently are, where we've been, and where we want to go. The moment we iron or we highlight where we want to be, that's only when we can adapt. We can't do that if we're not united, we don't have the same set of mind. If everyone is pushing personal agendas, it's going to affect one way or another. Because if I feel like you're threatening me in my accomplishment, I'm going to do whatever it takes to protect myself, forgetting that I'm not in my battle. This is a battle of 30 years, and even if I'm not there, whoever is staying in this world is supposed to know. I feel like the greatest nation is a nation that is willing to build trees, even though they won't be there to eat the fruits of it, you know? The second one being reconstruction. This would be rapid change, but without changing the ground basis and its foundation. So basically, when we reconstruct, we say, this is where we started, but this is not where we wanted to be. So now we're going back down to the basics, why we did this in the first place. And the moment we remember that, it's going to carry us throughout. The third one being revolution. This is fundamental and critical changes in both strategy and culture. So the moment we now saying, okay, we've reconstructed, now this is a time where we say we're putting in the action. This is a time where we spend time and hours in rooms like this, and we say, okay, fine, now we're going to the ground and we're doing whatever we said we will do. The fourth one being evolution. This is the most critical because it comes to cultural change that is required, but this can be accomplishment in over a very long period of time. Because I could sit here and say agendas, but we are all human beings and we're stuck in one bowl and we're supposed to live together. So one way or another, we're gonna clash, but it's just very fundamental that it takes place. It could only happen with the same mindset, the same innovation, and only because we believe in one thing. What you believe in eventually becomes your reality. So yeah, that's my 2 cents of it. Thank you.
And we can take questions. Hi everyone. Gama nungusindisa. Monakali. So what are the strategic shifts that we need to look at for the next 30 years? So when I received this question, it was a matter of forward looking, imagining the future. What do we want the future to look like? And I love the fact that sitting here with a younger generation, we had to dream about that future, right? Because we are the ones who are going to live in. And Umama betete payana about the importance of intergenerational conversation, which is, it's in my heart now. Yeah, and people are asking, where is the youth? We are here. We are here. We are here. So we agree who's the enemy. We know. and I resonate with that. And Wayabonga ended with a very powerful statement. Say, when we say amandla ngawethu, asengawethu nalo mandla. Because we seems like we are not angry enough. We are too chilled in our respective corners. And I'm going to talk about the importance of organizing. Not with funding, not with money, and the importance of organizing, because we've organized during COVID with a zero budget. And it was very, very important. So, Umazibiko said, do you know that we still live in a gendered racial capitalist system? And for this generation, our generation, I think it's important to look into the historical position of the country. Yesterday we were talking about the state, and it's still into me. Apartheid was a state, comrades, and it was working for the few white minority in this country. And we need to recognize that fact. When we're saying that we need to make the state work, is it working for the poor and the working class in this country? Is it working for Gogo who are living in informal settlements in Kailija? Should we reimagine beyond the state politics? And people will come and say, Marx and all of that. We will get there. When you're saying that we live in a racial capitalist system, it's a historic fact, and we're still living in that right now. It's gendered because it's anti-human, it's anti-woman, and it's anti-girl child. That's the type of system that we are currently in right now. It's racial because it's anti-black. It's capitalist in nature because it's anti-poor. So that's the current system that I believe that we are currently living in. And thank you, Mazibiko, we are still in that system, even right now. So when we're going to look forward, I think it's important to take a two-step backwards so that we can imagine the future looking into our historical position as the country. Some of the scholars, like Prof. Achille, said that 20 to 25 years of independence in terms of liberation struggle, liberation movements will reach what he calls a cul-de-sac, stumbling block. 20 to 25 years, they will reach a cul-de-sac. After they reach a cul-de-sac, promises that were made in the past will be challenged by the younger generation. I think part of looking forward and part of us imagining the future, who are challenging the promise that were made to us. They said that education should be free and equal for all of us. That was their imagination of the democratic system that we're currently living in. But they are not doing anything about it. The world should belong to the people, the poor, and all of it. It's in the Freedom Charter. It's in their imagination of a democratic system. But we are challenging that. So part of the structural shifts that we need to do is to challenge the promise that they made in the past. We didn't come with those ideas. You told us. So the importance of intercultural conversation, they told us that, and we are one to implement that. So that's where we are. We are going to implement them, but we are not just going to implement them with talking in panels in nice universities, comrades. We are going to implement through organizing, collective organizing. But organizing without a formation of political consciousness is nothing. We should build consciousness in our communities. Umama ko PM last week said, PM is in a formal settlement in Kailicha. He said, "Mntanam kwaphela umqolo." What does that mean? It's an older woman. She's saying that, "Mntanam kwaphela umqolo." When I was asking her about affordable houses in Kailicha, because there's no development right now in those informal settlements. There's even lack of water. So she said, "Mntanam kwaphela umqolo." And we continue to vote for those in power right now because they've seen change. We don't see change as the young generation because we're not there in apartheid. But our parents are saying that we've seen change. That's why we vote for them, because they are better devil than the white racist, white monopoly in this country. So when she's saying kwaphela umqolo, she said, we can close the National Road number 2 at the back right now. And our leaders who are in the forefront of that protest will be taken away from us. And what we'll do, we'll go to our houses because akho soup nekofu neti, banana balambile. They will be in prison. So the divide and conquer is structural within our own justice system. So comrade lawyers, please help us in that also. So when we talk about those international conversations, we also want the lawyers in the revolution. It's going to be key because we are being isolated. So when you talk about those intergenerational conversation and struggle, we're being isolated through that mandate we are carrying. So let's break those barriers as this collective, through collective organizing, informed the political consciousness. The second part in terms of organizing and mobilizing, it should be embedded with key clarity in our objective in terms of its demands. Because the reason why there's a lack of morale when we organize and people don't want to go to marches and protests right now in our communities, because we're not clear in our immediate demands and clarities. So when we march and sign this memorandum and go back to our own poverty and load shedding and Kailicha, people don't see change. People want to see change that they can see right now. Are we going to march, close this? Is there going to be a truck of water tomorrow when we're marching for water? That's what people want to see. Those immediate goals. And then we should be clear also in our long-term strategy and objective. So when we're marching for water now, but let's look at why we don't have water in the first place. We can march for it now, but why? We don't have water, which is our structure, our historical position of why we don't have water in South Africa, in informal settlements. And why do we live in informal settlements? At the first place, in our own country. I'm talking about the promises of the past, comrades here. This didn't come with us, but we are going to inform change moving forward. So when I talked about zero budget and organizing, I know funding is an issue for all of us here. We have a shortfall, Pani. This is my deputy chair. We have a shortfall in education right now in terms of funding. When I'm talking about the zero budget, activists in Kailicha, young, as we're sitting here in the panel, during COVID-19, level 5, we formed what we call Community Action Network, group of young activists, Kailicha. We were meeting online, almost all of us, Zoom. Is that an old hand or a new hand? Are you still all of this stuff? So we were tired of that thing, of old hands and new hands online, the Zoom thing. So we started to organize, right? Because we live close by, like we live in a struggle in Kailicha. So there are like, how many? 12 of us, 15 of us in Kailicha Ken. So we call that the Kailicha Community Action Network. When I'm talking about organizing, we were reading about COVID-19 from China, everyone is dying and all of those kind of things. So as activists, collectively in Kailicha, we met and said, what should be our role in responding to COVID-19 because it's coming? We're going to reach a lockdown. This is before lockdown, I think 15 days before lockdown. So collective organizing, we met and then we said, different organization from Cape Town. We met without a budget, zero budget. We met and said, okay, let's start by education. Let's educate people about COVID-19. People should wash their hands, wear a mask, sanitize, all of those things. Isolate. So when we did that, we started to implement that, going to different informal settlements in Kailicha. So when we get there, people are saying to us, listen, so we were thinking that we were coming with solutions for the communities. That was not a solution. Because when you get there and say, Mama, you must sanitize, wash your hands regularly, all of those kind of things. And people say that the first line of defense is to wash our hands, but there's no water. And we are saying that my first line of defense to this thing, it's wash our hands, but there's no water. What does that mean? So we said, no, maybe let's not start by washing our hands. Let's start by getting water to wash our hands. So the water is not coming from, we don't have rivers in Cape Town, so the water is not coming from the river. It must be the city that's implementing that. So the state is failing in Cape Town, the poor, the marginalized class in Cape Town. So we marched for water, and when there were water tanks 2 days after our protest, that's what people wanted to see, right? We've marched together, and there's a water tomorrow. Yeah, I don't go to church, but umfundisi uyathandaza for water, activist march, and the water is there. Umthandazo uphumelele, and we are doing that. It's everything. It's everything. We are doing the Lord's work as activists. So that was that. It's still a zero budget, comrades, when we organize this thing. And after that, we didn't even do the thing that we wanted to do, educating about people about COVID. Because someone said that, I don't have rent, and I'm going to be evicted out of my flat because I'm no longer working, it's locked down. So instead of educating people about sanitizers and all of these kind of things, people are starting to occupy land. So the cycle have shifted. So as activists in this room, all of us here, we don't have answers. The answers are within the people, comrades. They have all of this and all of these social ills. It's within the people, but we must organize. Organize. It doesn't need a budget. It needs you. Umeza must know what you are doing. Your neighbor don't know what you are doing. Oh, you're toy. Like he doesn't know. He must know what you are doing. Because we are pushing everything in our respective places. So then again, it's a question that I think Otesa and Ngato and others have raised. And I think it's a question that we need to figure out before we leave here tonight. The question of us as civil society and the question of power, taking power. And I know it's uncomfortable because we've been in this realm between the communities and the government. But what does it mean to take power? Do we continue to protest outside the civic societies, the legislators and parliaments, all of that, to live a more? Do we continue to do that? Is it working? It's demobilizing communities because they don't see change after our protest. Should we continue to do that? Or should we think differently, find alternative ways to do that will work in favor of the communities? And I'm saying again, the answers are within those people that we are marching with. It's not with us. Our thesis. That's the question the question of taking power. And there are two ways in terms of taking power, comrades. We can use the populist view, which is the Marikana, the EFF, and 5 seats, 10 seats in parliament. You use that and then you form people's power. Or you can use the Gramsci approach, the long term, because we are imagining the 30 years. A solid base is going to be important. A very solid base. If you're going to contest electoral politics right now in South Africa and you think you're going to win, you're not. Why Virginia thought she had the unions at the back? Aziko. Kakvotwe, no seat. And a solid base through the Gramsci approach, that's the 30-year-long vision. Political consciousness. Analyzing the state, analyzing the powers, and all of those kind of things. And people need to be informed of that. Friend, at least to my grandmother who never got a chance to get an education in primary school. I must be expected to explain that. And the reason we don't have water, don't have a house right now, is because of that, Mama. So those are the two things in terms of taking power. Not the populist view, but the long-term objective. A solid base that is informed with political consciousness. Because if you run for parliament, you run for electoral politics, you run for push for policy reform, all of that. If you run for parliament and you lose, people are not going to take you serious. After the elections, we've seen it, right? So that's the importance of a historical position of where we are right now. The importance of solidarity, comrades. Not bringing a bus to equal education march because you are in the Funukwas or social justice coalition. That is not solidarity. I'm talking about solidarity in funding. As this sector, all of us here, we've watched movements dying in our own eyes. The social justice coalition right now, in front of us, no one said anything. But in our corners, what is happening there? Oh, no. We are not united. And I know Renzo said that the sector is not disorganized. But I feel like my leader, we are. Because there's no solidarity. We are disorganized. Because our comrades working like next to us, their movements are collapsing and dying in front of us, and I'm not saying anything about it. I'm not talking about solidarity of bringing a taxi and the bus to a march and delivering a keynote and all of those kind of things. I'm talking about solidarity, funding, comrade, how are things going there? And we need to find each other, we need to meet. And I agree with you, that we need to meet regularly. To know that we are speaking the same thing, even right now. Because people are organizing in terms of crisis now in the Western Cape. No trains, we organize. No load shedding, let's organize. In crisis, we've been in a crisis in the past 30 years. So you can't imagine the future without addressing this crisis that we are living in right now. It's so hard to dream and imagine in this country. Our imaginations are blinded by the crisis that we are currently living in. My last one, this is a lot, okay, 1 point. I think the intergenerational conversation and strategic when moving forward, Mama, I think it's going to be important. We shouldn't organize and say that, oh, there's no youth. Organize and say, oh, there's no women in this space, all of that. So those collective organizing and strategies, the old, the young, everyone as a collective, I think it's going to be important when we imagine the strategic shift moving forward as the country. The second thing is that when we're doing that, it's because we can see, and I like that we are young in this panel because the old is dying and the young is unable to be born. And we are not, right? Because they are gatekeepers. And these are people that, when we watch their videos on YouTube, they were clear in 76 about the mandate, about the plans of the future. They were clear. Listen to Tatu Kwete. But today, you are too excited. What. Like all of those kind of things. They were clear. Our parents don't know the answers. They know what the revolution is all about. But it's because of this change that racial capitalist system we are currently living in, it has absorbed them. And we need to have those conversations and those collective organizing between the old and the young when we want to imagine the next 30 years. Because as Nambane even go. And what are the strategies then? My last point is around strategies. We look forward. I think it's the importance of unlearning. I think it's going to be important moving forward. I think we need to unlearn our organizing strategies, unlearn our way of organizing, unlearn all those kind of things. And then the first line of learning, I think, is going to be unlearning patriarchal norms, culture in the sector, all of those kind of things. I think we need to unlearn all of those things. And this is true, gathering like this, that we have to find each other. That's the first line when you look in the 30 years. And the second part is, so part of unlearning is the past and the present, and also looking for the future. The second part, I think, is disruption. We unlearn, we disrupt. Disrupt those patriarchal norms, disrupt everything that we need to organize, like everything that is not working for us, we disrupt it. We call it in. Everything, call our comrades in. If you're sitting there, you have uncomfortable, call it in this space. And then we find an alternative moving forward. Because when we talk in our reserve group, we become like those factions within the ruling party or the governing party. Let's call it in here. Let's find each other in this space. There's no vote that is going to separate us and all of those kind of things. Let's find each other. So the disruption, our protest needs to be disruptive. Peaceful, but disruptive. What does that look like? An occupation in Sipo and Comrade Butle, that was disruptive, but it was peaceful. Who occupy those buildings, and people are living there, they're working in the city, they're walking to work. People are working in the inner city to work. And it's going to be important. It needs to be disrupted. The last part, after we've unlearned, we disrupt, we need to rebuild. Rebuild this country, rebuild the future. And socialism, yes.
Hi guys, sanubana mona, kan qhoba izandla betnani. Our leaders have spoken, must go again. We've been given the line. The work has been laid out. We are led. Ayabonga, I'm going to give you 2 minutes if there's anything you'd like to echo, respond to, expand on. And then I'm going to open up for us to have a conversation. In the interim, if I could ask the tech team if you can put up for me the Zoom engagement, if there are comments from our colleagues joining us online. Ayabonga, 2 minutes for a response, a hallelujah, an amen from your side.
No, it definitely is an amen. And I must say, for somebody whose surname is Church, I do a very short job in undertaking my religious duties. But that being said, thank you very much, Program Director. 2 things, just for me briefly, that I think have moved me from the remarks that Amakaba shared. And And I certainly welcome the remarks. I think the first one is this point that comrades have been raising about, understanding the systematic drivers of the crisis and why we are here. I mean, let me make just a quick example about this. You hear in the discussion about load shedding that we really don't have a systemic view as the left in South Africa about what are the drivers and the causes of the energy and electricity crisis in South Africa. Because if we did, we would clearly understand that, yes, by way of attributing the failure, much of the problem has arisen in the post-apartheid period. But the roots of the crisis lie much deeper in the minerals energy complex and how generation of energy in South Africa has historically been determined by the ebbs and flows of the mining sector, for instance. I mean, let me just give an example. Eskom in 1992 was servicing 300,000 households, primarily white households. There was no electricity in the rural areas. Lalakuya only got electricity in 2012. But I can tell you, by 2002, there were 3.3 million South African households that were connected to the grid. But at the time, Eskom was still saying there's too much capacity. They even took plants and put them away, and they only brought those plants back when the mining sector was starting to demand more electricity because there was a favorable price environment. So to your earlier point, Program Director, this issue of extractivism is still very much imprinted in the DNA of South Africa, where it is said that if you are unable to pay for services, if no economic return can be made from you, there is no incentive for there to be an extension of coverage of social services and economic services to those areas. The things that make industry viable, the things that make social reproductive activities viable. And I think it's something that we have to confront, rather than because at the end of the day, we cannot personalize what is a systemic problem. Of course, there are individuals who have been at the center of making more pronounced and worse the systemic challenges that we have, and we must be able to hold those to account. But we mustn't be stuck there. Our analysis must go a bit further. And I think I'm encouraged by comrades who have said that. I think the other point I want to just briefly make, and there are a few others, and we can address those. I think the point that the comrades are raising around alliances, I think, is critical. Yes, we need more lawyers. We need revolutionary alliances with progressive lawyers who are interested in the same long-term project that we are interested in. But I also think, I mean, we need revolutionary alliances with hackers. We need revolutionary alliances with, progressive coders. You see, because part of the problem is that those are the new instruments to contest power. And we know, as Sankara teaches us, that, a soldier without revolutionary consciousness is a bandit, is a criminal, is a thug. And I argue the same so far as, people who have access to sophisticated technological skills that can enable some of the things, but that can also disrupt. Those people need to be part of our camp. Those people need, in many ways, to be conscientized and politicized into the struggle that we talk about. And the reason why I raise this is because it's not that in our society there's no collective forms of action. There's no organization. But we are organized with Haven and in prosperity churches. So part of our task is to also begin to start to show people, as my comrade was saying there, that there is value in collective coming together for political ends, for social change, rather than just for ulonwabo, or even hoping that, by hope that if I pay my dues and I go to church every Sunday, that I will get salvation. And I'm not attacking anybody who does that. I think any revolutionary process needs a revolutionary form of faith. Go and ask the Latin Americans, go and ask those engaged in Black theology. But I think part of the problem is the sociological character of the kind of churches that we are flocking to, the kind of design of our communities. Ubenatave is in 8, but there's no place for recreational facilities. There's no space for young children to learn an instrument, to go and do all of the things that are critical, to reproducing in our society political subjects, as I said, who are interested in revolutionary change. And I think, if we don't attend to those, before we get to the big issues of policy and all of those things, if we don't attend to those, then we are not going to be able to draw on the solidarity of communities who can demonstrate and observe and say, because and you made something of it. rather than a space where, you know, it ends up leading to deepening the social decline that we see in our communities. So I think, Program Director, that would be my view, that, you know, those two questions certainly moved me, and let me pause there. I look forward to hearing some of the questions, comments, and reflections from the comrades in the
Thank you very much. I'm going to take some hands. I'm going to start on that side, so get ready. But in the meantime, I'm going to read some comments from the online engagement. The first is, good morning, fellow activists in struggle. We have so many social injustices in our communities and in the country. We've seen how load shedding has made it worse for us to be safe in the country. Women are living in fear, and crime in general has gone very high. Poverty is getting worse and worse due to the small number of people who have jobs and who are now losing their jobs. My ask is, how are we going to find ways to survive and hold those in charge accountable? And that's Norma Uhurumbele. The next reads, perhaps not so much a question but a thought. The lack of psychosocial support in the sector should be taken into cognizance. We are waging struggle against very violent structures that can leave those in the sector broken. Also, this work can be a threat to life. The last one is, it's correct that we need a mobilizing vision for the future, but the critical question and reflection is, why weren't we able to drive that vision captured in the original RD, which was defeated in 1996? So unpack the past failures while crafting the mobilizing vision. And that's from Jose Cole, who's a veteran social activist. All right, bringing the conversation into the room, let me take some hands. You are 1 with the turban, 2, 3, Wendy. Let me see, oh goodness gracious. 4, Usbulele, 5, is this one? Gents, I'm gonna try and give people who didn't speak, you didn't speak yesterday, ne? 6 in the black shirt. I'll try and take another round. So can we begin with number 1? Please try and use the mic in front of you. If that doesn't work, we'll bring you a handheld mic.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. As nervous as I am, I think I might pee on my pants, but somebody said I must imagine that I am singing what I'm saying to you guys, because that's what I do best. I'm Anela from Sounds of the South. We are a political arts collective based in Cape Town. We create spaces of, developing young people's minds to understand their position in society, to understand the context of society today and in the past, and why we find ourselves in such situations. I think we can all agree on multiple things that have been said here in the room from yesterday to today around the analysis of how we have been failed by the current systems, and we can all agree that there are challenges within the sector that needs to be looked at, and we could also agree that there is a stumbling block that is placed on us moving forward, because in us moving forward, it means we need to gain momentum of the masses, and the masses being more than the people who are sitting here. And I think one of the comrades cited, Lucindy, so pointed out how, our communities are so depoliticized that it is a challenge to actually bring the masses to the streets and say, this might not be an achievement of today, but if we look into the future and we are consistent and persistent in it, therefore we can go somewhere. So our collective Sounds of the South has been, grappling with the understanding that a lot of people underestimate the power of cultural workers within the sector itself. And that a lot of times when cultural workers are called into the space, it is always an item or an entertainment part. And I want to say we beg to differ, because we believe that cultural workers are an integral part of actually tackling some of the situations that we have. One, if we talk about music, it brings people from all four corners of the world together, whether you can speak the language or you cannot, but what the person says or how they project what you are listening to, it can actually move you, because this is what we want to have. We want to have a sector that is touched within the heart. We want to have a sector that begins to envision a future where they can begin to hold their own healing in their own hands and not rely on other people to actually start that journey. So when we started, the organization, it was us exploring what we call toy hip hop music, using hip hop as a tool for resistance, because that is the history of hip hop in its own, in struggle being the integral part of moving the people so that people can realize that they're in chains. Because at this moment, we are the only people who have that analysis power, that we are in chains and we are doing something about it. But when you go to the streets of Khayelitsha and look at young people, you can actually see how disenfranchised they are when you see them in those places. Go AC, go Makukuletu, Gutu, and every other places. Young people are just drinking their lives away because they are not giving the direction. But imagine if we were to play a CD of revolutionary cultural workers, if we were to place theater makers in a space like that and say, this is your life, this is who we are. Because we are, as cultural workers, we come from those places. There is no better people to actually express the frustration, the stress that young people and older people are feeling than cultural workers. So I think if we are looking for alternatives, let's look deeper into involving cultural workers into being the voice that is passing the messages of the unheard. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Katleho from Open Up. We are a civic tech organization that is mainly based on open data. So we try to take a lot of data that government just puts in like spreadsheets and so forth, and we turn it into something that an ordinary person can be able to read using graphs and figures and actual numbers and so forth. So yeah, what I just wanted to say is that there is a civic tech community here in South Africa. There are people that are doing tech for good, and I was in a convening similar to this one, I think in September, October. The Civic Tech Innovation Network, and I just wanted to say that we can probably make an effort to reach out to each other more. So yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Wendy Pakir. I'm from Ubuntu Rural Women and Youth Movement. I was very inspired by the inputs from everybody, and especially this young people in front. Sometimes some young people don't want us to call them young people. You've got a lot of knowledge, and thank you so much for sharing your hearts with us this morning. And as somebody was said, we don't actually have to worry because the future is in good hands, and I think that's what inspired me most of this gathering and bringing the young minds into the room as well. Just on Ayabonga's question on the drivers of the energy crisis, I think it's not strange that at this current moment, and even from last year, there was a lot of mining applications, prospecting, oil and gas drilling, fracking in various provinces, and also, they offshore and onshore. There's an onslaught. And the Minister of Mineral and Energy, he's got stakes in a lot of these enterprises. And there's a lot of pushback from communities, from environmental activists, saying no to this thing, saying no to the expansion of the Kubak plant. And now there's an energy crisis. We've got load shedding up to stage 6. We see it in a way of forcing us to kind of give in to these things, which we know will be harmful to the environment. It will affect people's livelihoods. I mean, the stories are there. Communities never benefited from mining. From way back to when it started in the country under colonial rule up to now. Go to any province, even Northern Cape, Ngababib, Oakip, all these mining towns, you only see the environmental devastation, the mine TV, the suffering of the people. People don't even have jobs there, but they benefited. People benefited, extracted, took the money. Where's all the wealth? So we really need to come together on this issue. If there's no earth, there's going to be no us. We don't even have to fight about GBV and the other things. We will have no home. That's what it's going to mean. And so the struggles intersect. So even environmental organizations, we can't just focus on the environment. There's so many issues that we need to bring together. But just on the issue of us in the sector, I like my sister's point, the first speaker, that spoke about the struggle out there that's in the sector as well. And I actually think we need kind of an ombudsman. You get ombudsman for lots of things, where you complain and you report matters. Or maybe not a man, we can make it a gender-neutral term. You know, but that's how they call it currently. But I think for the sector, we need something similar as well, because there are things in the sector happening. I mean, I heard my brother saying that we've been volunteering. If it wasn't for the social currency of communities and activists on the ground during COVID, our people would have suffered more. It was the people on the ground that were in the trenches, working, cooking, responding to GBV, monitoring the reopening of the schools, court monitoring to see what's happening at the GBV courts. We were there, in the trenches, and yet it's expected that people do it for free. So I have a lot of questions around that, because you still go home and you're hungry, you don't have food. But we get money from donors as well. So I'm from the view that when we get funding, we build it into our funding proposals. We can't exploit people's labor like that, because the exploitation, we fight for decent work, decent lives. The union fight for decent work in the workplace. But when we have labor in our organizations, in communities, people cannot be exploited in this way. We can't say I mean, yeah. Sorry, man, I get very emotional about this topic. Our organization didn't have money for 9 years, but it wasn't that we didn't look. We didn't look for money. We wanted to build the social currency, because the money is not what's going to take us to bring the change that we want. But when the money came, we were also happy because we could go further. We could reach to other provinces, we could do more, and we could make a bigger change and a bigger difference in the community. But it's something that we urgently need to look at. That inequality that exists within our sector, and the exclusion, and so forth. The issue of sexual harassment that we don't speak about. It's happening in the sector. One of our young girls, because we work with young girls, she went to Joburg and she attended this meeting. I'm not going to even make a reference of what meeting. And there were men in the room, older men, that were preying on the young girls. And she had to stand up and confront it. And I said to her, you know, you will probably never be invited by that organization again because you spoke out. But nobody in the room addressed the issue. And then these guys goes on to another organization, another. So we have predators sometimes in our space, man. So what I'm trying to say is that we need a code. As the sector, we need a code. If people come in like they do when men go into the sector working with children, they must go through a screening process to see if you can work with children. We need something for the sector as well. And I think then we will, because we speak patriarchy and all these things all the time, it's here. No? So unless we have a code by which we are guided, if we can't address that, then we always going to have this even back and front. I'm not even just speaking about us in the communities. We also need a code there. We don't sexually exploit even the people we work with, but among ourselves. That must also be a no-go, you know? And that's really some of the things that I think we need to address. But this is a beautiful space with brilliant minds. I like the thing that Marcia said yesterday. When the unions used to work, because I come from a union background, where the unions, we did our work, we do the collective bargaining, the CCMA, and all the things we did, and even more than what the unions do, we brought the community issues in. The NGO's role was to provide other support. Now in the sector, you find NGOs that says we've got members. You come in to our people because they call you, then the NGOs fight with you because it's our people. None of us own the people. If they want to expand their knowledge, they can go wherever they need to go. And that's some of the other stuff. Yeah, I think I'll stop there because my facilitator says stop. But this is some of the stuff that we need to speak about it more. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm so inspired, guys. Dingu Sibulele wakwaPhoswayo. I'm from the Border Rural Committee, BRC, in East London, and the BRICS Feminist Watch Africa. And please bear with me, Chair, I won't be long. But I just wanted to share, Kubandi inspired Kakula about what both UE and the colleagues have just said. When we engage on things that deal with revolution and revolutionizing even the spirit, it gets to a point where we need to understand the value of going into each organization. As one of the speakers said, maybe the toxic energy is within yourself, within your organization, your community, and so you need to reimagine and re-revolutionize the way you work. So I just wanted to share something that's been in my heart for a while and see if there can be comments from the young and the main speaker. What if we reimagine as a sector a matriarchal system in both our organizations and in the communities wherein we work? A system and a space where women own the power, women lead the organizations, and women in the communities lead the type of research and the type of work that's done. How do we get to a point where we say, Utusindiso utinga iku, I was to prove something about a coup, and when you spoke, I sort of thought of a coup d'etat. At what point in time are we as women going to say, it is enough? Let's put aside gender-based violence and femicide. It's real, it's raw, it's painful. But how do we get to a point where we say, what is the reality of your rural Makoti who owns the space in her community? One, she has hidden capacities in her church where Omama Bomanyano raise funds and run their own untaxed organization. You get to a funeral, women feed people with no catering numbers. Everyone eats and drinks. How do we get to a point where we say, find these nuances to create that change? How do we start saying, you are the one that bears the burden of the disease? You had COVID. People came from Joburg, Cape Town, descended to rural Eastern Cape to be buried. Half of them, or 3/4 of them, could have been men because they passed away as migrant workers. These women bear the brunt. You have these grandmothers who are black, dark, and possibly ugly, and 89. She's delusional. She goes outside naked. She's killed because all of a sudden she's a witch. You get men in high-level places in your community, in your offices, who continue to get women sex for jobs, sex for RDP, house. At what? Sex for Sasa. How do we get to a point where we say, and reimagine, let's just reimagine that we are a civil society that takes culture and art at the heart. Make it a cross-cutting issue in our organization. When you're writing your transformation agenda, your policies and all that, how do we reimagine a space where you put that woman first? We had triple B now and all. Make it into a triple W. the way you put the woman first, that's how you're going to fight gender inequality and promote gender equity. So as you were speaking, colleagues, you inspired me to get so when you reimagine and you go back to Embo, where the woman was the one that was calling the shots visibly, visually, it was visible. Where the woman would wake up in the morning, the man wakes up and he goes and sits outside with the young man. The young man takes the cows and goats on the field. The man sits outside. The woman goes to the field. She makes the food. She comes back with the food. She cooks for the food. So it was real. That's how we lived. It was okay. How do we then get to a point where we say, how do we reimagine? Let them lead. They are already leading. But Kengogu, it comes back in a painful way, and it says, even when you do go back, will we as Onolali want to take that space? Do we have the capacity? In Zulu, check, imagination, unlearn, disrupt and rebuild.
No? And the one next to you? Sam? Sam, could you pass this behind you?
Good morning. My name is Nomonde Nkosi. I'm from Carolina in Mpumalanga. So normally I don't enjoy speaking English. I will speak Zulu. But then it's an interesting conversation that we are having, especially ipanel yethu. Kufana nokuthi, you know, sisesontweni. There's this pastor who is very powerful, and everyone is saying, yes, Papa, yes, Papa. So firstly, ngithanda ukubonga ipanel yethu, it was like niyazivuselela as activists, because some of the questions and inputs that you were saying are happening here. Tina, ourselves, we are not clean. If I can ask, when was the last time, I'm saying this to us, about Pahlayo. When was the last time it's Pahla? Yesterday, there was art happening outside there. I was telling this person I was sitting next to, ngithi, bheka la makhandlela awacimi, but kunomoya. Why? Because we have invited our ancestors. Okay. We don't talk about us, Africans. I mean, even like the Rainbow Nation is Pilagi. The only thing now is Kulumangayo, it's money. The only thing now we speak about is resources when we need to push the struggle, Guma communities etu. I was listening to my brother saying, Bona, they've run with zero budget. Zero budget for who? And there are people who are sitting in the offices. They will tell us, go and do zero budget. Nenze a project in zero budget. But I think at the end, we need to cleanse ourselves. Even if sikuluma ngento ye funding, the people aba sponsorishayo, the NGOs, they don't tell us kuma ground roads goods how do we get funding. If we are saying we are activists and we are fair, why they don't teach us that? As grassroots community, whatever, lesienzai, why bangasifundisi? It's wrong. We are tired of coming here, sleeping in a nice hotel, but umangifika endlini akuna electricity. Why don't we have these conversations in our community? Because remember, Our aim is to fight capitalism. How are we going to fight capitalism if we just come here and you go back home, people are going to tell you, no, I cannot come, I don't have money for transport in the event. Can we take this to the communities? Can we take this to the, because I can see we are all activists, but the activist, it's different when it comes to race as well. We are not being treated equally. It's because here, if you are white, first preference, and it goes down, 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 down. Then, if you are a black woman in the struggle, and there's a white woman in this struggle, good different. Even the treatment of us comrades. But I can thank Aisha kakhulu because sifundiswe ukuthi lelinye ibala li important ungdlula elinye. So comrades, asizicleanseni and rethink ukuthi if we are saying istruggle esethu sonke, if we are saying amandla, sisho ukuthi amandla enzeni. So, yeah, thank you.
Molweni maqabane. Igama ngubuhle gcina ilizwe boy. I cut my activism tooth there in that trade union of learners, equal education, ekhokhelwa ngosindisa ngoku. Maqabane, if we want to talk about reimagining the future 30 years and so on, it requires quite a very serious reflection of the sector and the current state, the political landscape. We must be honest about those things. Because, and maybe, think outside of what we're currently doing. Because we'll meet a decade later to meet in these symposiums to discuss the same things, right? How do we construct something anew? Maybe those are the questions that we must ask ourselves, Maqabane. There is an extensive analysis of a crisis, and the Saudibana or Gosman is analyzing like. And some people, some comrades will point the solutions to the state, to the market, but where's the solutions is us, right? So those are the things that we must interrogate. And I'm saying that we must reflect Maqabane ngezinto esizenzayo and reflect honestly what is it that's working. And I'm not saying here that there is one way to meet a strategic objective. But I'm saying this because we've done things, Maqabane. We've mobilized, we've organized, we've done a whole lot of things. But Skosana, you're saying that let's raise political consciousness in communities. We must not say that in Halupalu. Raising political consciousness towards what? Amaqabane here is all we're talking about consolidating power, taking power. What's this power that we're taking? Because none of us are articulating what's this power that we're saying that we're taking. So we must have that conversation, Maqabane. And I'm saying here that one of the things xa sesireflecta ke ngoku esizenzayo as activists is that we are playing the game. By playing the game, I'm saying that we do all these things that democratic participation processes requires of us. And we write memorandums, we write these things that are required by the state. But the thing about that, and the shortfall of us playing the game is that is very narrow in a sense that the rules of the game are set by the decision makers. The timelines, the scope of interventions are set by decision makers. And to a particular extent, playing the game, the people that are able to play the game are resourced organizations. And you have access to these different role players, either in the state or elsewhere. Baphi abantu. And when we're saying we're reflecting, because we must reflect honestly. Kwenzele sikwazi construct something anew. Sikwazi ubheka phambili. So, and secondly, immobilization, Skosan. Mobilization, we mobilize people, crisis, ESCOM now. But what does that do? It's us declaring no. It's quite very limited in terms of concretizing and cementifying solutions. So bana siyanjani phambi. And again, I'm saying, I'm not romanticizing one way of us moving forward. But if we were to move forward, Maqabane, we need to think around community-led alternatives. Abantu ekuhlaleni have prefigured solutions. What do I mean by prefigured solutions? Comrade Jaha here was saying yesterday that work with the state, against the state, and beyond the state. And people prefiguring solutions to ezingxaki sinazo is people saying, the state is not providing izindlu bonga. They're not providing houses for us. What will we do? We occupy. That's people prefiguring housing solutions, doing outside of the state. But what is it that we're doing to cementify and support the struggles abantu? We rather take position of criminalizing people that are prefiguring solutions in society today. So again, Izolo, Skosana, in this discussion that we're having here around the state and so on, and power, a quite very contested discussion around consolidating power, and you were saying yesterday, Skosana, here when you're reflecting, when we're leaving, Skosana and Singh so we're saying here that we must take power. We must take power. And I'm trying to mull over that, because one way, one way is to contest political power. And in Maqabane, it is to contest political power. But I'm not romanticizing that option either, because it's quite very limited. It can be very limited, because navigating political decision-making can be quite very difficult. Even if we were to say, that let's consolidate as a sector to contest elections, but we'll find any when we consolidated that electoral power. What I'm saying, therefore, Maqabane, Kandival, let's not be scared. Let's not be scared. Maybe there's no silver bullet, there's no one way. But how do we deduce and try to reimagine into encha, maybe something that we've not done before? How does that look like? So, to think beyond the current confines of the spaces that we're operating in. So yeah, Maqabane, there is no one way to meet an objective. So, again, to think beyond the state, to think beyond the current tools that we're using as the sector.
Colleagues, I want to take one last input from someone who has not spoken, so I'm going to rely on you to police yourselves. Today is the last day. We really need to start getting into the nuts and bolts. I've seen my sister at the back here, whose hand I'm going to take, and then we'll close for tea. Do you want to that mic? And if it doesn't work, I'll give you this one.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Crystal West, and I'm with an organization called Development Action Group in Cape Town. Just wanted to make a small contribution. I'm really appreciative of the discussion that we're having, and I relate to a lot that was said. But while we are navel gazing, and while we are talking about what shifts are required, looking at at reimagining our future, I think an important part that we need to look at is this unspoken or silent bias that we have perceived around the mature leaders or the struggle veterans. So one of the programs or projects that we had in our organization and came about very organically was a project called Civic Conversations. So as an organization, we played the role of convening platforms for engagements and dialogues between citizens who don't necessarily or generally speak to each other. So we brought different civic associations into one space. We had very diverse communities, the unusual suspects. We had the Civic Association of Seapoint and Fresnay in the room. Then we had Ottery and Grassy Park and Langa and Manenberg, all these civic associations in one space, trying to find commonality, because we're speaking about creating this collective agency and collective mobilization. And the one commonality was that all of the civic, so there were many differences, as I'm sure you can imagine. The one commonality was that all civic associations were struggling to attract the youth. All of them were struggling to get the younger voices into the room. And we found that when the younger voices were coming into the spaces, we found that older civic members didn't really allow for them to express themselves, to speak. They felt, the younger voices felt intimidated because they were made to feel as if they don't have the struggle credentials. They don't have the activist background. And so they were not often given the platform to lead or to raise new issues. And so in addition, what we also found is that there were never projects created or programs created that deal with the manner in which young people could address the issues. And for me, it was really an important moment in time for us to say, if we are serious about this, if we're serious about the shift that is required, we have to stop being so precious about the spaces that we occupy. As the veterans and those that have the experience of activism. And I think that requires a shift within ourselves before we can expect that to be replicated elsewhere. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, colleagues. Our thanks to Ayabonga. Thank you so much for joining us for the keynote, and a particular thanks to the 3 respondents. Thank you very much for this session. Colleagues, comrades, you're free to go. We move now into a tea break. We will then move from the tea break into the engagement sessions. Namhlanje, there are 4 engagement sessions. The first is around the energy transition, climate change, and social justice. The second is about intersections and gender-based violence. The third is about migrant rights in South Africa. And the fourth is about mental wellness. So that's the energy transition, intersections and gender-based violence, migrant rights, and mental wellness. The venues are the same venues as we used yesterday, but there is one additional venue. So the 4th venue is the cafeteria. There are signs up outside that tell you where each of the engagement sessions will happen. If you are lost or uncertain, please just find someone who's wearing one of the black volunteer t-shirts. So we move... Oh gosh, okay, orange. Obviously, I have not been looking properly. Yeah? Orange is the new black, thank you. Thank you for saving me. So we move after tea. Tea will end at 11:30, straight into engagement sessions. Engagement sessions run until 1 o'clock, which will take us to lunch. Thank you so much.
Hello? Can you hear me? Testing. Yeah.
Power.
You say, you say to the people, I'm going to kick you all out. Power to ESCOM.
Oh, wow. Not ESCOM. Thank you so much. Ooh, that's a bit loud. Thank you. Let's all get settled. I think we're going to start because we don't have a lot of time left. Welcome to the session on energy and the climate emergency. We have this big crisis facing us right now, and it seems like this impossible mountain that, no one can overcome. So we're going to start off. Let me introduce myself. I'm Aziza Rangunwala. I'm the health campaigner at Groundwork, an environmental justice organization. It's great being in this space today. There's been really amazing energy from the people, not from ESCOM. And I'm going to take that energy with me for the rest of 2023 going forward in our work. So we're going to start off this session going into our feelings. We have a lot of facts. There's a lot of things about what's ESCOM doing, and there's a lot of things about what do we need to do, right? But let's try and also work with our feelings, because when we look at decolonial type of knowledge, feelings inform us and help us in our activism. So when we're getting to our feelings, I'm gonna, is there the roving mics over there? We're gonna go over to a few people before I introduce Dominic later on. I'm gonna take about 5 people. Let's just express your feelings, your anger. If you wanna swear at ESCOM, swear. If you wanna scream, don't scream into the mic though, you can scream. Let's take some hands. Let's get our feelings out of the way, and then we can just equalize again, and then start, going through provocations and reflections and responding to, this big impending crisis. So, who wants to start sharing their feelings? And it's okay to share your feelings, guys. There's one over there.
Thanks. Can I start, or do you want to? So my name is Isabel. I'm from Social Policy Initiative, and I met some of you last night. Nobody's asked me this. This is an amazing opportunity. How long do I have? Do I have to pay you after 45 minutes? I feel absolutely outraged. I feel empty. It takes so much energy from me every day. From the minute of going to sleep, well, actually before I wake up, so going to sleep the next day, you've got to plan, you've got to look at the app, you've got to work out for yourself, for your child, for all of your employees, and it's not just who has to be where, when, but it's also how you're going to get there. So if you've got to drive, you've got to work out which routes the traffic lights are going to be working, where they're not going to be working. And then you've got to work out when you're going to be cooking in addition to this, and whether your UPS is going to allow you to be in all the Zoom meetings that you have to when you are required to do that. And then your burglar alarm goes off. And then I also get really frustrated, and I look at my friends who are wealthy, And they go, oh, load shedding. I hadn't realized it was load shedding. And I've had this building resentment towards it all. And then I look at my work plan and the deliverables, and I realize that I can't expect this from my colleagues. So then I look at trying to do it myself, which is really the worst thing that could happen, because then the whole cycle of anger and resentment continues. And then I'm also constantly aware of the fact that I'm privileged to have electricity to begin with. But then I'm still worried and scared about how I'm going to be able to afford the financial implications of the increases. And then I look at trying to work out whether I too can get solar, and then I just laugh because I can't. So that is just it in a nutshell. So thank you for listening to me.
Oh, thank you. Tessa, are you going to use the mic there? Is it working?
I'll do my best. So I feel overwhelmed. The whole thing has me feeling really overwhelmed. It's the 3rd week of January, and I feel like we've been working for like 4 months already, just because my phone does not stop buzzing, ringing. The thing that really got me overwhelmed was, I think it was last week, when I woke up with a pit in my stomach, like just an absolute pit in my stomach. And I started just to reach out to a few community organizers to get a sense of, you know, what's going on. There's something happening in the country. And that day, I just spent listening to story after story of like communities that are on the edge, communities that are dealing with cable theft issues. So, because this is spurring other things going on, right? It was story after story, stories about what this is doing to people in terms of healthcare. Somebody's father, you know, his body ended up decomposed at the funeral because the morgue didn't have electricity. So just this overwhelming sense of just, I don't know what we're gonna do. And at the same time, you know, similar to Isabel, I also not only understand my privilege, but I think we're getting a better sense, and if such a small sense, of what it means to live in a state that is dysfunctional, right? So, you know, when you're having to think about when you're gonna cook, how you're gonna cook, when you're having to do that for electricity, you're having to do that for water, when you're having to do that for how your child's gonna get to school, when you're having to do that for all your basic necessities, including for most people where you're gonna live from day to day. I'm feeling overwhelmed with electricity. What is the millions of people in this country who are being failed on like 7 different things that the state's now providing? What does that do for our well-being? And the one thing, last year we went to about over 30 communities to have conversations about democracy. And the word that struck me so many times is somebody will be speaking in fluent isiXhosa and the word trauma will come out of their mouths. In the middle of the sentence, people said the word trauma so much. And because we don't necessarily have vocabulary for the word trauma in local languages, people will actually just use the word trauma. But the state is traumatizing us, this country is traumatizing us, and it's killing people. And that overwhelms me more.
Thank you, Tessa. That's actually quite the reality of where the energy crisis sits. I mean, we have this climate crisis awaiting us, and then there's this energy crisis that's compounding all these effects. It's a health crisis, an education crisis, it's a GBV crisis. You know, it filters throughout, and it's also, I mean, we're talking here on different levels of class, right? The COVID pandemic is still ongoing, but there's also a mental health pandemic. Our collective tiredness, exhaustion, burnout. I mean, can we really live in a space where we just wait for December so that we can have like 1 week of relaxation? And also then, is it relaxation when you cannot afford to relax? If you're working, you know, in the restaurant industry, if you're working somewhere else, there is no relaxation for you. So and rest is part of the revolution, right? There's no revolution without rest. So the system tires us out. It sucks out our souls, our spirits, and like literally when there's a physical entity, like the electricity actually going out, you know, it has so many effects on us. Is there anyone else that wants to just let it out? Sure, go ahead.
I don't know if it's going to be just letting it out. I'm Fatima from the Wraith Foundation. So I think the word that comes to mind when I think about the energy crisis is the Afrikaans word, actually. It's demoeren.
I read your mind from you.
Is it? Okay. If you don't understand Afrikaans, you're going to have to speak to someone I don't know how to. Just very angry because I don't think we needed to be at this place. No. So all of the things that Isabel said and Tessa, in addition to that, I do feel that there's something, I don't know if anybody else feels, I think like something's going to give now in our country, that something's about to give under the strain of all of this. And I think what creates anxiety on my part is that as a sector, we are sitting and watching. So I remember talking to my Brazilian comrades when the masses took to the streets and took up protests against Lula. No? They were shocked. So I'm saying we cannot claim shock and surprise when it happens, when something gives in our country and something breaks. So I'm saying part of what we need to do is to decide whether we want to make that breakage happen, what it looks like, and who we need to mobilize. So I'm very interested in us spending some time understanding the energy crisis, but more interested in saying we are sitting in a country where the moment is pregnant. No? There's something that's going to happen. We're either going to be part of it or we're going to be caught off guard. And I want to say, the last thing I want to say, over the past few days, I've heard a lot about the multiple crises and the polycrisis. As an old feminist, I want to say we told you this bloody years ago. That is why we've been talking about intersectionality for 5 decades. So I'm saying, please understand that there are people in the room who've had this lens, who've said for a long time, no one is one thing. And our approach can't be this one thing. So sorry, being a vindictive feminist in the room, I wanted to say it. Thanks, bye-bye.
So much, thank you so much, Fatima. And I think the takeaway from that is listen to women. Don't blank out when women talk or have your own conversation. I'm going to introduce Dominic Brown. Dominic is going to give us a bit of a different views, and part of his presentation you might agree or disagree with, and we'll have a Q&A later on when he is done. Dominic will have 25 minutes maximum to deliver your provocations. Thanks, Dominic.
Thanks, everyone. First of all, thanks to Aziza, because we just asked her this morning if she would facilitate, and she happily agreed. And I think it really makes the session a lot better that she's doing that. So I appreciate that very much. And I mean, I'm sure everyone here is demoeren with ESCOM, you know? And so I thought, let's start the conversation with sharing some of the reasons why we are demoeren. Because I think we need to put that out of the way, the anger, the legitimate frustration, and so on, so we can have a clear sense of the energy crisis, and so that in as much as we're watching, we shouldn't just be watching, we need to take up action, but I think we should also be taking up action around a set of clear demands that would advance our work collectively. And maybe I should start by first saying this, and I think this is the framework within which we should have this conversation, and I'm sure everyone here agrees. We are facing a climate emergency, South Africa and globally, and we have effectively less than a decade before we see runaway climate disasters at a scale and frequency that's been unprecedented before. So everything I think that we do now has to take this into account in a big way. Having said that, I think we also need to recognize that at the moment, this energy crisis that we're facing, the load shedding, is probably the primary concern, and everything that we look to do is probably to solve this energy gap. And once we've solved the energy gap, it would be to stabilize energy supply within the context of needing to transition to a low-carbon economy. And I think we all agree that it's not just about energy, it's about a much broader transition that we need, which includes housing, improving healthcare, education, the water that Ndisa spoke about that people are not getting, and free basic electricity. And where am I going with this? So the point is you want a just transition, right? Now, going forward, I think when we look at load shedding, we're seeing that last year was the worst year of load shedding on record, and 2023 is expected to be a lot worse by all accounts. And there's no quick fixes to the load shedding crisis. If you want to end load shedding by the end of the year, it's like going to the sea and telling the tide not to come in. It won't happen. The load shedding will continue, okay? And currently, the load shedding arises, or the energy gap, I should say, is around 6 gigawatts, okay? And so the big question is, what's the quickest, most effective way to bring this 6 gigawatts on board so as to quell the problem of energy? Now, I'm going to make the argument that in order to do this, the first requirement would be to look to financing the open gas cycle turbines and the diesel required to do that, and I'll unpack these in more detail. Two would be to, I heard the critique of Coburg, but we are revamping and refurbishing Coburg, and we need to bring Coburg back online. And three, we have to fix the boiler defects at Kusile and Madupi. And related to that would be also to address the chimney failures at Kusile. Together, these three things would bring on about 8 gigawatts of capacity within 12 to 24 months, and this is a little bit optimistic, but I think plausible if we implement the measures expeditiously. This would allow for the stabilization of the grid, or rather the plugging of the energy gap, which can then allow for stabilizing the grid through taking off some of the coal-fired power stations for deep maintenance. So behind the 6 gigawatts energy gap is the current energy availability factor of Eskom. This is how much energy it actually delivers over time. What reduces how much energy is available over time is planned outages due to maintenance and unplanned outages, and this is when different sections of the fleet go bust. And over time, we've seen a rapid decline in the energy availability factor. And by all accounts, we have to improve it to around 70% over the next 2 years, as proposed by Eskom, in order to increase the amount of energy that would be available onto the grid. In order to do this would require a deep servicing of the fleet. Now, before I get into this, I would like to take a step back and say that the fact that we have the 6 gigawatt energy gap and the falling energy availability factor is it's the invariable outcome of long-term political and economic processes. And as Ayabonga Kawe said, in the 1980s, the role of Eskom changed quite dramatically. So in 1923, when it was established 100 years ago, it was to be able to power up the energy needed for the establishment of the mineral energy complex, which drove the industrialization of the South African economy. And Eskom played a critical role in that, along with ISCO and other public utilities. In the 1980s, along with the global shift towards neoliberalism, we saw the unfolding of the commercialization of Eskom, losing its tax-exempt status, and this process was culminated in the full corporatization of Eskom in 2001, where Eskom is a public utility but has to act in the same way as a normal private company. And this had a big impact because what it meant is that Eskom's maintenance investment in infrastructure. All of this was dependent on either raising revenue through tariffs or alternatively through debt. And we'll come to a little bit about this in a moment, because more than addressing the energy crisis, I think we can make some concrete proposals as to how we can scrap the tariff increase. So when Eskom, before the corporatization of Eskom, there's another very important development that we must remember, and that is that there was a moratorium placed on Eskom building any new generative capacity. In 1998, there was a white paper on energy, and it said that we wanted to increase private penetration of energy generation into the South African economy for a range of reasons, including have a huge amount of energy and at a sustainable and cheap rate at the time, didn't leave much incentives to the private sector to invest. Eskom forewarned that this will arise in problems, saying that based on increased electrification, growing demand, and so on, there would be a challenge in supply constraints by 2007, 2008. And that's exactly when load shedding began. Government said that they were wrong and that they wouldn't have an energy crisis, particularly Thabo Mbeki. So this is these two things. And then, of course, we know that after we recognized the shit's going to hit the fan, we invested in the two coal-fired power stations, Medupi and Kusile. There may be a saving grace now, but at the time, it was definitely seen to be a bad investment, not least because some of the debts that were incurred to finance the building of Medupi and Kusile was tainted with corruption, like the 2010 World Bank loan. So it's important to understand that this is a manufactured crisis, and that in as much as we are angry at Eskom, much of what's to blame or who's to blame is these economic and political decisions at the time. With the adoption of the full cost recovery model, there's this third implication that we really must contend with, and this has major ramifications for a variety of things. And that is that there was this adoption of this full cost recovery model and the need for end users to pay for electricity as part of raising revenue for Eskom and also municipalities. And with this, the one implication is that, as we know, most people in this country cannot afford to purchase electricity. And so it meant that energy poverty has continued to this day. And this is in spite of the fact that in 2003, government introduced free basic electricity. Now, besides the fact that the amount is inadequate, it's only 50 kilowatt hours per household per month, whereas for for decent standard of living, it estimates that we need at least 350 kilowatt hours per household per month. So it's far too little. But almost more shockingly is that out of the 11 million households that government provides or allocates resources for free basic electricity, less than 3 million are getting it. And this is because municipalities are required to register indigent households to receive it, but they are discouraged from doing so because municipalities are overly reliant on raising revenue through selling services. And one of the biggest revenue generators for municipalities is the sale of electricity. And so for them, it's better not to register indigent households. Now, currently, in order to plug the energy gap, fast forward, we're seeing a number of proposals being made. And a lot of it really amounts to, if we have more competition, won't that be better? And to try and get the private sector to provide that competition. Now, there's really two ways at the moment that the private sector can come and generate energy. The one is through what's called the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producers Program, the REI4P, which was started in 2011. And since then, over the past decade, it only contributes 5,800 megawatts, 5.8 gigawatts of energy to the grid. And I should add that out of the total primary energy costs, how much Eskom pays for contributions to creating electricity, either through coal or through IPPs, the IPPs, 8% of total energy generated costs more than 30% of primary energy demand. And this is important when we unpack the tariff increase, which I'll come to in a bit. But besides the REI4P, which I'll assess, there's what's called private embedded generation. And this is where companies, particularly those who are in what's called the energy intensive users group, who accounts for 40% of total energy consumed in this country, are likely to be the ones who will embark on this process. And both of these, let's assess what these mean, okay? So with the REAP, we have seen that already bid window 5 has reached many challenges. The main challenge is that the REAP is based on an auction model, which says that private energy generators can bid to say who can produce the energy at the lowest cost. And then this accounts for the rapid decline in the so-called falling costs of renewable energies. But because of cutthroat competition, many of the preferred bidders of bid window 5 undercut their profit margins so significantly that out of the 25 contracts, they say now 19 has come to contractual closure, but none of them have really reached financial closure. And this is because these IPPs, they don't take money out of their pockets to invest in renewables. They go to banks and they say to the bank, we can win a 20-year purchase of power agreement. This is how much profits we'll make over the 20 years. And if you can show that you are bankable, that's when the bank will loan you the money. But because it's impossible to show that now, none of these projects will be profitable, and if it's not profitable enough to build, they won't build. There's additional challenges in relation to the REAP, and that is that bid window 5 promises to bring on 2,600 megawatts, 2.6 gigs, and bid window 6, 5,200. Bid window 6 also has faced challenges in that less than 20% of the contracts can go forward because there's no longer what's called sufficient grid capacity to allow for wind to be added onto the grid, wind energy. And that's because historically the transmission grid is located mainly in Mpumalanga, Northwest, KZN, where we generate electricity through coal. So bid window 5 and bid window 6 has really reached ahead. But even, let's imagine a best case scenario. In the best case scenario, even if it was profitable enough for bid window 6 to proceed, it will take about 2 years for it to actually deliver any energy. There's also technical challenges in relation to renewables. This is not to say we don't do it, but there's a thing called capacity factor. And this is how much energy do you actually get from this source of energy? And with renewables, because it's intermittent and variable, it means that you don't get energy all the time. And yes, we can predict when we will get energy, but we can't create the wind and we can't put on the sun when it's not shining. However, if we had in the future maybe better storage, it would be viable. But solar PV has a capacity factor of 15 to 25%, and wind onshore 30%, offshore 35%, as compared to coal at the lower level, which is 65%. So what it means is you need 2 times more wind or 3 times more energy from solar PVs to displace 1 unit of energy generated from coal. We have to take this into account because how are we going to plug the energy gap? So the REAP is in a big crisis, and a big problem is this thing called the three-fall effect, but I'm not going to get into that. We speak about it in this big booklet here called ESCOM Transformed, Achieving a Just Energy Transition for South Africa. And there's also a companion's guide here, which is a abridged version. And then questions and answers on what's wrong with ESCOM and how to fix it. And they're all available online. And all of this stuff is expanded in there. The most realistic way that the private sector can come on board is through private embedded generation. Private companies are promising that they can bring on just over 1,500 megawatts of energy by the end of the year. Now, as I was saying earlier on, this is the energy intensive users group who's going to do this. This 27 companies who account for 40% of the total energy consumed. So the implications of this are twofold. In the first instance, ESCOM will incur direct cost as a result of having to purchase excess supply from private embedded generation at cost plus prices through the feed-in tariff. And this will increase ESCOM's input costs. But it has a bigger indirect cost. And that is that because you are, and the unbundling process is key to this because you need an independent transmission grid to buy indiscriminately from anyone electricity. And in so doing, what you will see is, let me show you this. Is that because ESCOM is selling less electricity then, its sales volumes will decline and it will have a declining market share, would accelerate the collapse of ESCOM. One, it would invariably mean increased tariffs and bailouts in the future. But the biggest issue is that ESCOM can't collapse. We can't say bye-bye ESCOM, even if we wanted to. And this is because right now ESCOM generates 90% of our energy and is of our total energy generated, even though it's not much right now, not enough. If it goes bust, it basically means the whole energy supply of this country is gone. And so not only does private embedded generation come with a cost, it really puts the whole energy system in greater jeopardy. Now I want to say, this death spiral also relates to the money question, okay? It's not just a collapse. And this is where I'll bring in the tariff increases. So because ESCOM is reliant on raising revenue through selling electricity, and in a context where people can't afford electricity, and where more people are opting out of the system, it loses sales volumes on average of 1% per year. Also because of people going onto solar rooftops, Isabel, your friends. And as they do that and a declining demand happens, to be able to make up the revenue, you have to increase the tariffs. That burden of the tariffs is going to be left to the people who can't afford to go to private energy. So who's that? That's the working class who's going to have to end up incurring the costs of this exponentially increasing tariffs in the future. So there's a big problem with the ESCOM financing model. But what we did do was we checked what was ESCOM's submission to NERSA to understand what's behind the tariff increases. And remember I said this point about the IPPs, 8% of total energy generated, yes, 30% of primary energy costs. So what we're saying is that we should review the IPP projects bid window 1 to 4, because this is a major increase in ESCOM's input primary energy costs. The second thing is that when you look at the open gas cycle turbines, which is plugging a 2 gigawatt gap and reduces load shedding by 2 stages, we have to use diesel to run that. Now, ESCOM is currently paying 6 Rand more per litre than it ought to, because SARS failed to grant ESCOM the license to buy diesel from wholesalers. So yes, there's a slightly discounted price from Petro SA, but for the most part, we're paying 6 Rand more per litre, and we need 200 more litres just till the end of this financial year, March, to be able to run the open gas cycle turbines. So if we had to grant ESCOM that license, we would save 1.2 billion Rand in primary energy costs just over the next 3 months. But in addition, we have to look at the price of coal. And the price of coal has has increased exponentially over the past 15 years. And a big factor behind this, there's two. The one is the introduction of BEE, and we should address this problem because they're getting huge amounts of profits to create a black capitalist class at the expense of the rest of the country, and it's a huge problem. The other problem relates to increased competition for low-quality coal. But we can say because coal is critical for the economy, for etc., we can drive down Eskom's input cost by capping the coal price. So that deals with primary energy. Just on debt and how to scrap and this is all about scrapping the tariff increase, concrete points. If you look at Eskom's debt, 80 billion is owed to the Government Employees Pension Fund, okay? Now the Government Employees Pension Fund has 2.3 trillion rand in accumulated reserves and makes a surplus of 50 billion rand each year. So what we are saying is that it's in the country's interests and Eskom's interest to say, and they did it for 17 billion rand of its debt, they rolled it over, but that's not enough, it's inadequate. We should be saying, Eskom, speak to another government institution, the GPF, and say, let's come to an agreement that Eskom can start repaying its debt once Eskom is financially stable. That's the minimum thing we could do. We could go further and say, we'll take on Eskom's debt to allow for Eskom to invest in manufacturing, maintenance, and new investment capacity. Now, so what should we do then beyond the tariff increase, and how can we deal with the immediate energy crisis? So in the first instance, as I was saying, we have to look at what we have. And the open gas cycle turbines and running them is not an indefinite or long-term solution. We're already running them at 800% more than what they ought to be. They're very expensive to run, and it comes with a bad climate contribution. But we need to run it now. We're going to need to refurbish Koeberg Units 1 and bring it on board by June, as said, and expedite the revamping of Unit 2. And this together will bring another 2 gigs on board. Then, as I said, looking at Kusile Units 1, 2, and 3, as well as Medupi had boiler defects. 80% of the boiler defects have been completed, and the rest of it can be completed by the end of the year. And that should be paid for. And this would be between 5 billion and 7 billion rand. Treasury must give the money, including for the diesel, and grant the licensing for wholesale purchase. And then once you bring Kusile on board, which you can do by the end of the year, that brings on 2.8 gigawatts. Medupi then, by next year, June, will bring on an additional 1.5 gigawatts. Between open gas cycle turbines, bring on Koeberg, and Medupi and Kusile, we plug the energy cap, okay? Then this gives us an opportunity to look at the fleet. Now, there's this perception that the old coal-fired power stations are the ones that are in trouble. This is not true. There are even newer ones that were built, like Tutuka, that has a lower energy availability factor because of things like corruption. But it's not technically impossible to fix this fleet. What's required, though, is sufficient resources and a maintenance plan. And from 2024 to 2026, we should implement a maintenance plan that's well-resourced, that includes the insourcing of the people that must conduct the maintenance. All of this here will allow to stabilize energy supply. And this is when we can then embark on a rapid transition to a low-carbon economy through Eskom generating renewable energy capacity and transforming it into a green new Eskom. I've been asked to finish, which I think is good, because I spoke too much, sorry.
Thank you very much, Dominic. I think that was a very in-depth analysis of Eskom per se. And I mean, there's also another spanner in the works about what our energy generation has been in this country. I mean, there's a long historical apartheid spatial planning is why all the power stations are all together on the Highveld. And for years and years and years, the air quality standards have not been have not been, they've been, South Africa even changed its own air quality standards, the minimum emissions, right? And Eskom has just not been compliant. The air quality on the Highveld area is so bad that your regular person in the Highveld would go to a clinic, use an asthma pump, leave the asthma pump at the clinic so that someone else can come to use it. But then what happens if you get an asthma attack at night? There's Eskom employees that have developed cancer. These are the realities of what the cost of energy has been. People's health have suffered at the cost of us having electricity. So when we look at all these issues, it's so much more than coal, it's so much more than capacity. When we're looking at renewable energies, like, why did it take this long? Obviously, there's things like costs involved, and that's where capital comes on and the holders of power. So I think if we're going to frame the conversation around, if anyone has any questions, wants to ask, do question and answers, we can do that. But we could also go through what a just energy transition looks like. Because people who work at the coal power fire stations, they want jobs. At the cost of their health, they want jobs. It's the same as mining. And that black labor, this economy built on black labor is just continuing. That's why we're saying that apartheid has always been, environmentalism has always been racist, right? Because people don't open mines in Sandton. People don't start a utility like Sasol, somewhere. And they say that your health is your wealth, right? But it seems like we need wealth to have health, because health has become a commodity. And in cases where you can't control things like air quality, we're all going to be chronically sick, not just from long COVID, from things like air pollution, the quality of our food, the quality of our lives. Like everyone said in the beginning, how much this affects the quality of our lives. We're going to use the mics that are on your desks. I think that's probably easier. Anyone want any takers, questions, statements, reflections?
One sentence would be to say that, look, I've spoken a lot about the details and the facts, and I think it's important that, because it's too complex, as comrades can see, and I've left quite a bit out even, and I spoke so much and a lot of details, and so I think there has to be some discussion about how we unpack and demystify some of these things in greater detail, and I think that's something we should look to do. But I'm also thinking, what are comrades thinking we should do? Like, does this information change the perspective on how we can engage the current debates? Does it change our understanding of the current debates? And are these suggested demands, like how to scrap the tariff increase, is it compelling? Do you think it's compelling for you? Can we mobilize around such a demand? Do you feel that the idea of restoring Eskom's fleet is against the interest of dealing with climate change? Like, these are things I'm wanting to understand from you, so that we can think about what are the strategies to deal with this thing, and particularly in relation to what Fatima was saying in the beginning. Instead of just watching or endorsing things that may be detrimental to us in the medium term, is there a different position that we can put forward collectively, is what I'm also curious about.
Yeah, sure, go. 1, 2, 3 over there. Okay, let me just take the 3 for now, and then I'll come this side. Start with you, Minaj.
Thank you. I still don't fully, I've tried to read so much about the history of Eskom and how it got here. I don't understand it, I must be honest. Dominic, I'm hoping that AIDC can maybe have some kind of online teaching at some point in the near future for activists, for social movements, etc. So aside from the kind of historical analysis and how we got here, I think maybe the most important question is what do we do now? And Dominique presented some broad demands, and maybe we should discuss that. I have some questions on the demands, and and the solutions based on things that I've seen. So in Cape Town, where I am, the city of Cape Town has gotten permission from Treasury to purchase energy from households and businesses. Dominic, implying that that could lead to the collapse of Eskom because of a lack of revenue. I've seen that demand from Unite Behind in Cape Town, for example, and a number of other groups. So I'm keen to hear what you think about that, because that does seem like something that's reasonable. The other thing that I think is urgent is for us to find a short-term solution, and the few that I've seen emerge is, one, the purchase of diesel, which Eskom is saying we don't have money for, and Treasury is saying we're not going to release money for. So, I mean, is it a reasonable demand to? I'm asking this. Is it a reasonable demand from Treasury to release a sufficient amount of money in order for Eskom to purchase diesel to cover costs in the immediate term for the next 2 years until we can build these renewables? Mark Swilling recently also suggested, who is also an expert in the field, that another medium-term solution is these Turkish car power ships, which I can't imagine how that's a good idea, but maybe Dominic, you can give some input on that. That's it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kenneth, and I'm from the Housing Assembly. And yeah, I'm partially covered by Minaj, because that was a lot of technical stuff there right now. But it's very interesting, and I think more education around it is needed. I've just got like 2 very small questions. First, I want to ask about the tariff system of electricity, and if it is true that some of the other rates in houses like water and rent are also put onto the tariff to buy electricity. Many people are complaining that, hey, from my electricity, I'm also paying for other rates and things within the house. So I wanted to just to know about that. And also, is it cheaper in bulk to buy and little less, like less cheaper or more expensive for people to buy in smaller quantities, or is it, or in bigger quantities? And lastly, there's the free basic electricity, right? What percentage does that make up of, and that money is, how does it come from the government, and how, what's happening there? Thanks.
So just so I do have a few clarity-seeking questions and then a few responses to your provocations. But firstly, that was the clearest presentation on Eskom I've ever heard in my life. I mean, just, guys, that was fantastic. And I love that you have the books. And maybe the first comment I'll make is that your call at the end for us to demystify this stuff is absolutely important. And it's not only important for us at an educational level, it's important as a tool of advocacy, and it's important as a tool of change and demanding change. You can't demand change about things you don't know about, right? And I mean, one of my comrades said to me about a week ago, he said, part of the problem is with even making demands on government, it's so easy for government and Eskom to say, well, that's not possible, because they've kept so much hidden from the public about what's actually going on inside the walls of that institution. Praveen Gordhan is now known for just not answering questions or not showing up when he needs to. We definitely have an accountability issue and a transparency issue when it comes to Eskom. And that's one thing we can fight for now. We can fight for accountability, we can fight for transparency. I said a few days ago, if the president and cabinet would call a state of emergency in the ways that they did for COVID, and show up for briefings and brief the nation and all of that stuff, they can do the same for Eskom. We didn't know anything about viruses. We got viral updates on chromosomes and this and that. We got all of that. And we deserve the same. We deserve this information. So that was my first point, and I hope as a point of advocacy that we all take seriously that we must be able to explain this to ourselves, the public, and that's going to give us power to demand. So just two clarifications. The question around managing revenue, right? Does that have direct implications for the load shedding crisis itself today, or is that about the sustainability of Eskom? So does that include the diesel issue and the SARS diesel issue? Does the SARS diesel issue have anything to do with where we are in terms of the load shedding issue, or is that just part of that broad debt management thing? So that was the first one. The second one is around this maintenance and the refurbishments and the maintenance. You spoke about insourcing, and that my suspicion has been that there's been quite a lot of outsourcing happening at Eskom. And is there merit in arguments around insourcing that give us a better path forward to getting the maintenance sorted out? Because all of this talk of sabotage, for me, has been the most frustrating thing in the world, because if you're being sabotaged by rocks being delivered as opposed to coal, surely there's a remedy for that. If you're being sabotaged by people who are supposed to be doing maintenance but are breaking things instead, there's a remedy for that. Those contracts must be canceled, changed. Are we sitting in a landscape where the providers of these services are just so few that Eskom doesn't have the capacity to do this itself, and the state doesn't have the capacity? And are we being held ransom here by thugs that have contracts that they should not have? And then just on the ways forward, and Dominic, you and I are gonna become friends in the next week, because you're gonna explain Eskom to me like I've never heard it before again. But the one thing about Eskom we can't afford for it to fail, that's a rally cry. Eskom should not be allowed to fail come hell or high waters, is a rally cry that we can mobilize around. Absolutely. The second is this false dichotomy between renewables and coal. It is a false dichotomy. We must break it down, and we must understand what's possible and what's not, what we want in the long term versus what we need for survival. And those two things mean that there isn't this, this dichotomy is not real. But what you raised in terms of the IPPs and the costs that come with that, and the costs that come with this privatization thing, that it's not opening up the market is not going to make it more affordable, it's not going to make it more accessible. That is a big one. The US has got the energy crisis that it has today because it over-privatized, it's actually almost completely privatized, and people simply cannot afford, and the government does not regulate. We cannot afford that in this context at all, especially if you're saying that that is actually more expensive electricity to buy already. I mean, yeah, whatever we think about, even if those IPPs are coming with the greenest, cleanest energy on earth, if it means it becomes unaffordable to the majority of people in this country, it must be rejected.
Thank you. We're going to come this side before we come back this side. You can use this mic, I think. Oh, it's on now. So 1 hand and 2 hands, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Please, guys, because of time limits.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. My name is Mipon. Thank you, comrade. You know what you have just presented here. I'm sitting and listening. That I'm also grappling with understanding the whole thing, but I get the gist of the matter, and I'm asking myself, does our people know? Do they understand what is behind this energy crisis? So if we can take this to our people, because like your question, you were saying, what is our feeling? And how are we yeah, our reaction to what the energy crisis in the country. So you can check our people, they are not even reacting to this, the energy crisis, the NERSA increase and everything. People are just sitting there. It is those who now have been having access to energy. They feel the pinch, and now they are reacting because they've been having access. You can imagine if the system is failing to provide energy whilst our people were on queue to access energy. So to them, it's something different than when you were accessing and then you are starting to not access. But now those who have been not with electricity in the township, to them it's something different. It's a different situation, it's a different scenario. So if we can take this and simplify it, take it back to our community, what needs to be done? And our people think, okay, like it has been done that ESCOM has been portrayed to be a failure, and it needs to be done away, and then we need to bring private institutions that will provide energy. And our people believe in that because they don't understand that we need to protect ESCOM so that it can provide energy to our people. People who are connecting with solar energies, those who have money. And when they leave the grid, those who are left behind, which are the poor communities, they're bearing the brunt of high prices in the coast. And also the issue of I think, being in a despair mode, that they feel that to them is surviving on a daily basis. So we need to take this back to our people, to our community, teach them, engage with them so that they can understand, so that when we rally and campaign, they would support the campaigns.
Sorry. Thanks, Tom. I share a lot of sentiments that Minaj had expressed earlier. And I mean, one of the things I find quite stressful about the situation is that there's so many people with solutions, right? And if you're somebody who's not technically savvy, how do you make your decision based on what you think must work? So, for example, something that I've struggled with is that, there's essentially what it comes down to for me is like, cool, it sounds to me cool. I generally agree with Tom's politics, anti-privatization, anti-capitalism, and so I'm just going to agree with what you're saying, right? But exactly, right? But at the same time, Unite Behind, vaguely left. Maybe I don't like some of the people there, but like, I must trust them now. So how do we? Is there a way? Maybe it's in your book. Maybe I'm just read the book. Is there a place where, and even Mark Swilling, like progressive generally. So is there a way where we can kind of have these positions, this is what this person says, it's different to this, it's different to that, and either debated or kind of like clarified in some sort of way? Because I mean that I like being an informed activist, right? That's ideally what you want, not just kind of working because it's what the people that you're friends with are saying, kind of thing. That would be that's something I've been looking for, because I think people are marching again now recently, but I'm not sure they're all marching for the same thing. We obviously want ESCOM and we want electricity to be there, but I'm not sure they're actually marching for the same thing, which is strange, right? You want a call that makes sense. If I was government receiving 4 different sets of demands, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna choose this one of them. So it's
from the ANC.
Even the ANC is marching against themselves, yeah. And then the second thing I wanted to ask about is this thing about the class dynamics of this moment, right? Some people are saying, we're not going to march because we actually had not electricity for like years. And some people are saying, actually, without the ones who are probably not going to march are the ones at the back with solar power, because they don't really need to march. They're actually quite comfy. And so I've been interested about the class dynamics of this moment, because people are saying it feels like a revolutionary moment. Maybe it's because the middle class are now pinched. But I've also had the suspicion that this thing is more likely going to infect the lower income working class harder than other people, even though access is still unequal.
I think it was Mark. I think it was you, and then you, after Mark. Oh, you can go first.
Thank you. I just have a few points. I think the first is I'm getting anxious with the conversation in the room because I think that we are so focused on ESCOM and how to fix ESCOM, and we're not considering the other points to this conversation, which is one, the just transition element, two, the climate emergency. And I think the first speaker in the morning spoke very clearly about the youth and what we're fighting for, and what will remain for the youth and for the coming generation. And I think that's a conversation that we need to bring back into the room. That's one. The second is in just focusing on ESCOM. I think that without taking away from the presentation, because it's also one of the best breakdowns of what's happening at ESCOM I've heard, but another consideration is, yes, what are we doing about generating electricity? But I think one of the things to consider is that discrepancy between middle class and the poor. You know, we're having conversations around the generation of capacity, and we're not considering the ESCOM debt that is being held in Soweto. So how do we mobilize, in mobilizing issues around generation, to consider the pre-existing issues that the poor communities are facing with regards to access, even outside of that consideration of what is the free basic electricity people should receive, right? The second becomes, how do we make sure in considering this discussion around ESCOM, we don't lose our conversations around how can this become that unifying factor that we've been speaking of. I think when we walked into the room earlier, before we started this conversation, someone said something like, this could be the one thing that joins all of the issues that we're working on together, because part of the challenge with the climate emergency, just transition, issues around access to electricity is the food security issues that come with it, right? The poverty elements that come with it, but job issues. We don't have labor in here. How do we speak of a just transition without considering what happens when we cancel call, you know? And I'm speaking as someone who works around that area to say that's something that we want, but we're not considering those factors. So if we could also deal with my anxiety that I'm having, that yes, let's focus on ESCOM and how we solve that, but let's not forget climate emergency, let's not forget just transition, and how we mobilize around the issues that will touch us all. And how do we then create systems that say, in the work that I deal in litigation and policy work, how am I going to work with someone who spoke in the morning and who is mobilizing communities? So let's just bring back that into the room and see how we bring all those issues together. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So I'm not very good at remembering numbering, but I think it's Mark and then one more person on this side, and then I'll come back this side. Oh yes, two more people. Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
Thank you. Just really a comment following on from the last input. You know, energy and ESCOM reminds me a little bit about with HIV in a strange sense, in that HIV, everybody was vulnerable in some ways, but it was the poor who were the most vulnerable to infection and who were the most vulnerable to AIDS once they were infected. Everybody in South Africa is affected by ESCOM, by energy, but there's no question that the people who are being hammered the hardest are poor people in every community. And I think that in our response, one of the things that we have to do is to identify specific measures that need to be taken in the short term to protect poor communities. You know, if you look at what's going on in the public health system, for example, how people are dying and the desperation it's creating in hospitals, particularly in rural hospitals. If you look at the impact on basic education in public schools, this is not a short-term crisis. It is a crisis that will have a generational impact if we don't put forward demands to mitigate it. And the same, you could say the same with water, you could say the same with other factors, food, etc., etc. And that leads me to the next point, which is, again, a parallel with HIV. You know, when we started building the treatment action campaign, I think crucial to TAC's success on antiretrovirals was what we call treatment literacy. Taking science, complex science, the structure, the nature of the pharmaceutical industry, the health system, and turning it into programs run in communities so that communities can engage with this issue as equals, and in fact can take on the so-called experts, because it was when people with HIV could take on scientists and take on government, etc., with ideas that were based in evidence and science that we started to win. So we can't look at this and say, okay, you know, AIDC has got this. Cool, we know somebody within civil society is dealing with it. Some of us need to get together and devise a program that takes what Dominic has said and so on and turns it into a program that can be picked up by any community organization, by a community radio station, by people fighting on women's rights, etc., etc., and used to give power on this issue to people in communities. If we don't do that, one, we won't win this battle, but secondly, it will remain an elite issue where a few people have this discussion and the mass of people just suffer the consequences of this mismanagement. And the last point I just wanted to make in terms of a program, because I think we need, as again the comrade said, ESCOM is at the heart of this problem at the moment, but it's much bigger than ESCOM. It's about energy and everything that flows from energy. And on the basis, again, of a study of science and the evidence and consulting the best experts, we need to develop a people's energy program with a set of clear demands that we can continue to campaign for. And that must make the link with the just transition and climate change. My personal view, I don't think it's my personal view, is we've got to get away from coal as fast as we can get away from coal, because it's a disaster in itself. But we have to lead on that in finding out how far, you know, if the state was driving a renewable energy program instead of leaving it to the private sector, how much faster could we go if there was political will, if there was resources for a renewable energy program, etc.? Probably very, very much faster. And we need to find that out. How fast could you roll out a renewable energy program? And we need to break myths such as that we need to keep coal because we need to keep the jobs in coal. There's more jobs potentially in renewables. Renewable energy is cheaper now. So if that's the case, let's win that argument in communities so that reactionaries and people who have an investment in coal, which is primarily the big energy companies, can stop using poor people's anxieties and fears as a way of slowing down progress on this critical issue. And the last thing I'd just say for us as activists is, whilst we're looking at energy, we must also have in sight the next crisis, which is linked to this as well, which is water. We can't wait till we're in the middle of a water emergency, which will be in many ways much worse than an electricity emergency. The crisis of infrastructure that we've got in energy exists now in water. And I promise you, in a few years' time, we'll be in the middle of that. And when people can't drink or wash, which many people can't do as it is already, but it'll be, I don't like to compare crisis with crisis, but you know what I'm saying. It'll be a total disaster as well. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Yeah, we have to end at 1. So I'm going to come back to this side. I've noted that, sorry, who the extra hands there were 3 hands before you guys. But it's going to have to be super short so that we can have Dominic give him time to respond to some of the questions. Venola, you can go, and then there's one more from this side. I see new hands now, so I'll do, is there any other old hands? Was 1, 2, 3? Yeah, it was 2 here. So I'm gonna first do the 2, and then Dominic's gonna respond. The 2 up there are new, so maybe that'll continue at lunch. We'll just check the time. Continue? Okay, yeah, sure.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to speak to the rights abuse violations that the ESCOM crisis or the energy crisis has brought us, and I think that it is also linked to the irrational state, our irrational state at the moment. So the government is telling us that it's there is a problem. The problem is because of sabotage or because of lack of money, but there hasn't been proper leadership to ensure that the scaling out of line of this problem is being dealt with. And so a lot of the socioeconomic rights of people have been violated. And I think that what the first pushback we need from this movement is that we need public participation. We need to demand for access to public participation and claim that right in dealing with the issue. Dominic has outlined some of the crises, but I think we need to link this back to what has happened in government, and the project of state capture has caused many other problems. Now the problem of ESCOM is one of the results of the state capture project, and we are sitting in hope that after the latest ANC meeting, that the state capture project is now dying down. But the evidence on the ground is saying the opposite, that we are continuing, that the leadership is not having the hands on the problem. So we need to demand that the president take the country in his confidence, because he doesn't know a solution, he hasn't found a solution. The people are the ones suffering. It is our country that is derailing out of proportion. So I think that's one of the things, and we need to rein in Parliament as an oversight body that now should have acted long ago. We need to keep them accountable and sit there in front of the gates of Parliament, actually go in Parliament and saying that we are now going to call a summit to deal with the problem, and we need the voices and the solutions of civil society. So I agree with the sentiment that the food crisis, the energy crisis, the water crisis, and the environmental justice issues is a nexus that we need to continue driving together. This movement that we have now got together is perfect for that, but we need to win the trust of civil society, which the government at the moment has. The balance of forces is not on our side. We haven't won the trust of our peoples. So I would like to suggest 3 things. The first thing is a very short-term demand that we can go to the government with a winnable demand. We win that demand, and then people will see that we are forced to be reckoned with. One of the things that we can look at is to have job creation, an immediate job creation program for youth. On some of the energy renewables, when there's load shedding, I take out my renewable light and I put it on there, and I don't feel at night that I have a problem with load shedding in terms of having light. I can read, I can continue for 2 or 3 hours that the power is on. Now there are millions of people that does not have that light. Now, I have a cousin, nephew that has invested energy into designing new ways of creating power. His whole yard of his parents is going alight when the lights go off. So there are easy ways of creating renewables, and I think that must go in immediate, which means we will look at the job creation problem, we will look at the issue of energy and light, But we will also begin to give power to the people in making sure that there is solutions that can come from the bottom up. And I think that's one of the, so in conclusion, I think that also that we need a summit with the government. It doesn't have to be summit, it has to be a solution driven meeting, get together where the engineers, the government, the people from civil society who's having the impact, and the decision makers are all together in one room, and then there is a solution. And I agree with Mark. My thing that I was going to suggest was a people's renewable future, that we then part out and we then see this is for the next 20 years, because they say load shedding is going to be long with us. So we have an alternative future. We start building from now with the job creation, with putting in renewables, and then we can put in AIDC's solution as we go along. But then everybody is part of the solution, everybody participate, and everybody has confidence, and we can control then, instead of waiting for government, we've been waiting for the past 5 years, this is the solution. So let's reclaim the energy, let's reclaim the public participation, and reclaim our power.
We don't have, I think we're going to have to eat into lunchtime for a bit, because I don't think it's fair to overlook people whose hands have been up. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3, and then 4 there, and then you will let me know how long you need for your quick response.
Thank you. I think I'm just going to be short. Moiponi and Mike have covered my opinion. It's just that I was challenged when I was looking at that presentation, thinking at how one can use maybe, what do they call it? PRA method to take the same information to our people. The method that will be able to assist people to really understand what you are in. Because sitting here, I'm thinking that we've got women out there that survive on selling your offal, your sheep head, your meat bones and stuff like that. And those things, when they are not bought for 2 days, you need to keep them in a deep freezer. And if there's no electricity, it means you must give it to the dogs. And when you look at the television, when they show businesses that are suffering, they will show you a restaurant in Sandton. They will show you a restaurant in Sea Point. So I think there should be a way of us taking this information to our people and educating them as much as we can. Otherwise, if we need to take action, we can't take action without leaving our people behind. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So, Dominic, you let me know how long you need for your response while we move on.
I had a question just in terms of renewables. It sounds as, based off what you're saying, that renewables cannot be, or renewable energy cannot be harnessed at the same rate as using coal. And this is something that I'm just concerned about, because as other people have mentioned, different sets of information are going out to the public, and when, as non-experts, it's very difficult to tell, which information is correct and which isn't. My sense is that if we move towards renewable energies, the job creation kind of element of that should maybe trump the ability for a short-term solution, because the short-term solution is not going to have long-term gains. I did want to speak about kind of potential strategies. I was quite moved by a colleague here yesterday who was saying that, during COVID, we relied on community radio to disperse messaging. And many of us sitting here in the room, learned as we may be, it's very difficult to make sense of what you're saying. Best presentation for sure, but still the information is so high level. And I wonder, in relation to the discussion that came up this morning and even yesterday, when we need to take this information back to communities, and in particular take it back to youth, how do you translate this such that a person who has the capacity to read a tweet is able to understand this information and understand the urgency of the information, when we have a minimum campaign, perhaps this is the minimum campaign because we can link energy to the broader climate crisis. But then again, my provocation to the room is, when we leave children and youth behind, who are we doing this for? Because we can sit here and come up with solutions, and they can be short-term, medium, and long-term, but the next generation of activists doesn't know how to deploy the same information that we are sharing in this room. And then in terms of just thinking about climate crisis, thinking about the energy crisis, are we thinking about these in relation to an impending pandemic? Because another pandemic is coming. It's just a matter of time until the next pandemic arises. And so if we're thinking now about energy and water, are we thinking about those things in relation to an impending pandemic?
Thank you very much, Dominique, for your presentation. I think it raised a lot of questions. And as I was sitting here, and I thought that this needs to be a continuous discussion amongst ourselves, particularly because of some of the points that you have raised. But however, I would like to kind of directly, maybe from my own perspective, respond to the question that you asked. Is restoring Eskom's fleet, is it against the climate change ambitions or mitigations that we have? And I would want to say that, yes, we agree that we need this public utility, the state-owned entity that would supply electricity as from its mission when it started long ago. But however, we need also to be considerate, to understand that most of the coal-fired power stations are old fleet, and they need to be decommissioned, and the decommissioning dates are there. But the problem that we have now, it's not that Eskom is failing, or we need to bring back these coal-fired power stations. I think the problem with Eskom is that there's been political decisions that have been made that have led us into this situation. And sometimes, last week I was talking to a colleague and I was saying, I'm really, I think sometimes we need to say it loud, but unfortunately we can't. If people would remember, in around 2012, Groundwork, Earthlife, and Greenpeace, they went to Eskom. We went to Eskom to say we're installing new management at Eskom because of these issues. So it's just very difficult to say we said so, and we said so in 2006, we said so many times. So whatever is coming out of Eskom, these are the issues that have been there. But I think what has been the issue is the problem of approaching and how active we were in dealing with this kind of issues. The externalized costs that are felt by people in Mpumalanga, that's something that we cannot ignore. And that is why it is important that these old coal-fired power stations are decommissioned, and those that are still newer, they are fitted with pollution abatement technology, so that we don't find ourselves and we don't deny the people in Mpumalanga the right to breathe, because that's actually what's happening at the current moment. Also, coal is the biggest contributor to climate change, to greenhouse gas emissions. And also in the negotiations now, climate change negotiations, I think, was it last year or the other year, there was a task that was introduced around coal phase out. And because those that are benefiting, the big polluters were saying, no, the phrasing should change to coal phase down, not coal phase out. But these are the issues that I think we need to be alive to. If we say this, what we need to do, the repurposing of the coal-fired power stations as they are decommissioned, that's something that we also need to focus on. That repurposing, is it repurposed for solar, for what technology? Is that technology on solar, or the technology of wind, or now the new hype of hydrogen? What are the socio-economic implications of having these new technologies, particularly on people on the ground. And there's been so much hullabaloo around the Just Energy Transition Partnership Investment Plan. And that plan, how does it speak to Eskom's privatization, the unbundling of Eskom? And these are some of the issues that I think we miss talking about. I heard you saying we need to kind of bring one unit or whatever of Quebec back. But then are we aware that the lifespan of Quebec is just in 2024 and it cannot be extended? Pardon? Yes, but those are some of the issues that we should be talking about. You in Cape Town, you sitting on a time bomb. If you allow that, you know, to be the lifespan to be extended, anything can happen. There's been so much that has been hidden around the radioactive leak at Quebec, and you're sitting on a time bomb. The zone that the safety zone around Quebec Power Station, it's so short. And that means that all of you are in danger. Anything can happen anytime, and the whole city is down and the whole country is down. But I was just saying that maybe what is important is for us to continuously have these discussions, inform ourselves, and not let's work on what has been, you know, done before and not start afresh. I think that is important. But the climate change issues, the transition, why some of us agree that there is a need for a transition, and this is a commitment that we did as climate change activists because of the disruption of climate change that we're feeling, but also it's a commitment for us to say we need a low carbon development, we need equity, we need justice. Restorative justice is very important. So these are some of what I was just trying to say. Maybe let's build on the question that you have asked and continuously maybe come up with some form of a common ground and a solution on what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this type of session will definitely require the whole day. There were 2 more questions. So someone is giving up theirs, and I'm aware that you're giving up your question that side. This is the last one. We need Dominic to respond, and we know we're eating into people's lunch, which we don't want to do. Okay, so are you going to be comfortable with that? I mean, it's gender equity. Hand over your question to a woman. Okay, let's not waste time. Your mic's working. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thanks very much. My name is Gillard Isaacs from the Institute for Economic Justice. And thanks, Dominic. I'm going to leave out a whole bunch of smaller technical issues. In broad brushstrokes, I think it's a compelling presentation and set of options, which mirrors some of our own work. I just want to make 2 more political points, which I think there's 2 very difficult issues which we have to also grapple with here. The first is party political or state political, and who the various players are here, right? And there are no angels, and there are no direct people who are allies in every sense. So you've got Gwede, who's trying to claim control of Eskom, who essentially there's corrupt elements at play there. There is Pravin Gordhan, who's seen as being too favorable to private sector and unbundling in interest. There's a president who's equivocating in between these. There's opposition parties who are probably even more favorable to private sector investors. And this is, I'm not putting forward a answer here, but I'm saying this is an issue which in our work around Eskom we have to think about. The second is that there's, for civil society and for left movements, there's a contradiction at the very heart of what's being said, which essentially, well, there's a series. The key one is essentially Dominic's plan, which is to save capital, right? That's what ending load shedding means, right? We are saving businesses from load shedding in order to generate revenue, maintain jobs, and keep state coffers full as they are, so that we can provide health and education and all those services. But ending load shedding in these ways is essentially, in the short term, a plan to save the existing structure, right? Now, that doesn't mean that that mustn't come with a plan to alter that, right? But we have to actually grapple with that. It's also a plan which continues to pollute our communities. To increase output at Madupe and Kosile means to increase pollution in those areas, right? And that's a very difficult thing for us as a collective to actually, and we can't hide from that, right? That this 1 year, this 18-month, this 2-month plan, which we've heard here, entails that, right? Or we have to try and find something else, right? I'm not sure that I don't like this trade-off language, right? Where we get told you can have a basic income or you can have health, okay? But in the short term, load shedding does actually involve trade-offs, right? And that's very hard for us here, right? And I think we have to face that honestly, right? And those trade-offs don't go away in the medium term either. Mark, I mean, I think there's an industrialization plan around renewables which is worker-friendly. But the renewables sector itself does not provide more employment, in my assessment, than in coal, right? And we can't live in a world where everything's win-win, right? And this is a real sort of difficulty for us as a sector. That's exacerbated in the short term. I do think there's a medium-term plan which is community, worker, environmentally progressive, and which is anti-capitalist. But that's not what we face in this load shedding question. And that's very difficult. And in our conversations, we must be honest about that.
Okay, last question, and then Dominic will do a quick wrap-up.
Thanks for squeezing me. I'll be quick. I just want to make a concrete suggestion for next steps, because we're always looking to leave these spaces with ways forward. And I think there's an opportunity here, because there seems to be a sort of growing consensus that maybe one of the things we can take forward is this idea of just transition literacy, but in meaningful ways that meets people where they are. Because we have an amazing collection of experts in the room. We have a lot of organizers. We have people that have been working on these issues for a long time. We have the Groundworks and the Earthlifes in the room. We've got the environmental justice lawyers. We've got the economists. We've got the people that have the experience in turning scientific jargon into accessible formats. We've got some donors in the room. And so what I want to suggest is that anyone who's interested in working together in a collaboration on that specific concrete piece of work, maybe just stays behind after the session, meets in the front of the room. We can take down some contact details and have a khana and figure out where to from there. Thanks.
I wanted to start off by saying thank you for the engagement, and I think it provokes me to think about these things a bit more. And there's no shortcuts, not only to deal with the energy crisis, but we have to grapple with a lot of the texts and sometimes the primary texts, and it's arduous, but necessary, partly in response to you. I want to make my concluding remarks around maybe 3 areas. The one is to respond to some of the questions. 2 would be to look at this question of the just transition. And then 3, I would like to put again back to the room what I think should be demand and a plan of action for consideration. And I'm going to try and do it 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. So please bear with me. So So we have the tariffs, and this is partly Kenneth and partly Tessa's question. And I won't be able to answer everything, so if I didn't, I'm sorry, come and get me and I'll try and answer you. So the tariff has a block system, and increasingly after 50 kilowatt hours, if you do get registered kilowatt hours per household, if you're an indigent household that's registered and receive it, you pay increasingly high tariffs per block. The problem with this is that often you have homes that have more than 8 people living in them, and so the electricity charges would automatically be higher as opposed to people who are privileged and have 2 people in a house and or have more than one home, because then their electricity on average will be cheaper. And in terms of free basic electricity, we should be saying, and this is also part of coming to the tariffs and revenue thing, is that municipalities should shift the basis of which it provides this to households. Currently, it's on the basis of an equitable share grant. So municipalities get a share of all the revenue in the country, a small share, less than 10%. And as I say, they don't register people, but if because they're not forced to. But if you put it as a conditional grant, they can be compelled to provide that. Of course, it raises the question of the municipal financing model, and someone raised the question of Soweto's debt. Now, and this is not to say that there's no corruption or mismanagement, but most of these municipalities in this country are in financial distress, not because wholly of corruption, financialization. I'm seeing Gilad there and it's just triggering. No, it's because municipalities, as I said earlier on, are needing to raise revenue from selling tariffs and services. And I'm not sure so much about how water would be on the electricity. I think it's electricity you pay for water, and you pay for your property tariffs for municipal services like that. I think they break it down like that in your municipal bill. But now, on the revenue side, so the tariff, you can scrap the immediate tariff increase, but it has major implications because Eskom needs resources. And a big problem is that we haven't seen the maintenance, we haven't seen investment in new generative capacity, we haven't seen employing the number of people required because of this revenue problem, because they have to either get tariffs or debt. They don't get sufficient funding from the state, and there's not a sustainable financing model to ensure that the maintenance, these things, operation can be done effectively. So you really have to bring into question that whole fiscal framework. And then, of course, austerity exacerbates all of this. Purchasing of diesel, I mean, that I think it's a no-brainer. In terms of car power ships, based on what I think and AIDC thinks, how we can plug the energy gap, and I'm going to come to some of the responses in relation to coal, is that if we do manage to fix Kusile and Medupi and these other things over the next 2 years to stabilize energy supply, then in fact, there wouldn't really be a need for a car power ship deal, which is extremely expensive, probably tainted with corruption, and a massive climate catastrophe waiting to happen. So we should actually, I mean, in a situation where there was almost no alternative, maybe we would have to consider it. But given that I think that there are real alternatives, and I just got a text from Neil Coleman from IEJ, a colleague of Gilad, saying we should also consider switching off some of these aluminium smelters. And there's 2, and one in South Africa accounts for 5% of total energy consumed. So we shut down those smelters, and I still need to do a little bit more research, but it seems like a useful argument as well. So there's lots of concrete things that we can pragmatically do right now to deal with the energy crisis. Now, of course, as I said right in the beginning, this must all be couched within the question of a just transition. But I want to say, as much as this sounds contradictory, all right, saving the existing fleet now, and by the way, comrade, as I said in the beginning, all the coal-fired power, it's not because the older ones are, because you're older, necessarily you are worse. And if you look at when these things must be decommissioned, I can send you the table. And you can see there that even like Tutuka, one of the more recently built ones, I think it was 1987, has an energy availability factor of 28%. That is disgraceful. There's older power stations built in 1980 that has a, like, I think it's Majuba, or let me not fuck it up. But anyway, sorry for my language. But anyway, that one has a better energy availability factor. So there's lots of complexities around it, and it's not just reduced to age, okay? But the point I want to make is this, is that bringing on renewable energy by any means necessary is not necessarily going to deal with the climate issue, okay? And in fact, as contradictory as this may sound, private renewables, and this is a whole workshop on its own, has reached a limit globally based on declining levels of profitability, which is leading to declining levels of investment in relative terms. And so there's no change in the global energy mix, okay? I'm not going to get into the details of this now, but the point is that if, going back to Mark's point, if we're going to be thinking about what's a viable means of transitioning to a low-carbon economy, then in fact saving the fleet now and having a 3, 4, 5-year plan could be the best way to mitigate against climate emissions over the medium to long term, and in fact can expedite the process of the transition. And I completely agree with Gilad. There's so many misconceptions about renewables and all of the positives that it brings. Not to say it doesn't, but we must get right with the facts, okay? We must know how much jobs can be created in renewables, where the jobs will be created, under what conditions. Currently, in terms of the IPP, they had to reduce the localization requirement from 100% to 30%. And that's not even for manufacturing, that's assembling solar PV panels. Now, what does that mean for jobs? So let's be clear about what these things mean so that we don't fall into the traps of believing people because they are friends. Let's interrogate the details. Let's look at it. So that was some of the responses to the questions, my comment on the transition. Finally, I think there's been some very useful suggestions about what we need to do. And I'm hearing primarily this issue of popular education is quite paramount, and we need to roll it out quite quickly because we're on the back foot. There's lots of things happening, and it's happening quickly and all the time, and we need to get to grips with the current debates. Otherwise, we're going to be in big trouble. And I think one of the framings that I think we can think about this is about the public pathway approach, a public goods approach. We need service to be, and things like this, it must be for the public good, okay? And if we can use that as the framing, meeting people's needs, helping to create jobs, addressing the climate crisis, that could be the context within which we push these initiatives, bearing in mind, of course, the thing that I think we all agree with, that it's about how we put this as part of a broader transitional program that was meant to be delivered in 1994. Thank you so much.
Just an announcement quickly. There's a Peugeot HK81BLGP parked in someone's spot. If the car belongs to you, please go and move it to another parking spot. Peugeot HK81, I'm sure you know your cars, right? Unless it's a rental. HK81BL. So if you have a rental, just check the thing. And then, yeah, last suggestion was that we quickly get some contact details. Anyone interested in, inputs on just transition? Groundwork will be releasing a critique of the just transition in March. But yeah, let's collect some contact details. It would be great. And okay, thank you so much. This was just a last minute sharing, and thanks for your patience. Go enjoy lunch.
Thank you.
Uzunga, Kalimtwana, Uzunga, Kalimtwana, Uzunga, Kalimtwana, Uzunga, Talamtal wakalwa kokakabetu uzuga kalimtala uzuga kalimtala uzuga kalimtala uzuga
Ubano pete siso la la la. Tina sile
amalungelo etu Tina silwela amakelo etu Tina silwela Tina silwela amalungelo etu Tina silwela amalungelo etu Oh amalungelo
Ubano bete siso la la la. Ubano bete siso la la. Bano bete. Who said we are here to sleep? Asizango la la. Bano bete siso la la. Bano bete siso. Comrades. Who said we are here to sleep? That's the song. We are not here to sleep. Tulamtana kalela. Iso chikisinto. When you kalela. When you call it land, isi kalo som sabasiwo. When you call it land, when you call it land, isi kalo som mama, isi kalo som mama siwo. When you call it land, when you call it land to
Thank you so much, colleagues, comrades. We're coming to the end of our 2 days together. We head now into our final session. As we had discussed this morning, we're going to do the report backs from the engagement sessions. So if I can ask the rapporteurs from yesterday's engagement sessions and from today's engagement sessions to move towards the front, please. So yesterday was sectoral collaboration, funding the sector, engaging the state. Are those rapporteurs in the room? I know Tsepo Matlingozi was one of them. Tsepo. Connie has excused herself, she's unwell. There was a third rapporteur. I'm not sure who the third rapporteur was. Anybody in the ACC can help me with the name? Oh, good talk. Masbogo, did you end up rapporteuring that one? Okay. Tsepo Maskabe siqala ngawe, and can the rapporteurs from today's 4 sessions also please come to the front? Did we have rapporteurs for today? Andikho sure ndifumani blank stares andikho ndixakiwe ngokuba ndibhekisa ngaphi. Bezikhona ii-rapporteurs for vandag? Okay. Okay, you see now they're messing with my plan and my brain is not working. Tsepo.
Good afternoon, comrades. Dumelang. Dumelang. Do you know what Dumelang means? It's powerful. Let's honor it. So, our small group was in the sector collaboration session. Should I stand up? Is it okay? Can you hear me? Okay. So the report back is in 4 headlines. Firstly, why we need to collaborate, the rationale. 2, some context, the context in which we, are seeking to collaborate. What is the context? 3, some landmines, some of the things that we should be careful and aware of. And then lastly, the way forward, some proposals about the way forward. So the rationale is very clear, twofold. One, as we said yesterday and today, Mazibuko gave a beautiful summary, the multiple crises that we are facing. As a country, we are at a precipice, but we are also at a crossroad, right? There's a huge potential and possibilities that things could go either way. So we need to be serious, we need to collaborate. Secondly, we need to collaborate because, we are working in silos, as people have been saying. We are working in silos, and somebody been saying it's not even silos, we are working in competition, with one another. When you are applying for funding, donors want to know what is your distinguishing feature. You have to claim how unique you are. That's competition, and it's not sustainable. So that is the rationale. The context, fourfold. One, it's a context where there are massive protests happening already, so-called spontaneous, so-called service delivery protests, which are not really service delivery. So we are seeking to collaborate in a space where there are already massive protests, uncoordinated, and no collaboration, right? That is the first. And secondly, a context of a shrinking civic space. A shrinking civic space. Let's be aware of that. Even as we meet, it looks like, there's peace and there's possibilities of meeting peacefully. But the space is shrinking. The more the state collapses, the more it's increasing the repression. The two always go together in any context. We are seeing that in South Africa. Not just assassinations, that's extreme, but intimidations, banning of marches, right? Displacement. We have to, we get calls all the time, activists asking, assistance to move houses, to move to safe houses. So the space is shrinking. The space is, definitely shrinking. Thirdly, the context of dwindling resources, funding is a big issue. Funding will dwindle further. That's the context that we should also be aware of. So that as we say we need to collaborate and coordinate, we don't build a new organization. We like setting up organizations. Now we set up a new coordinating structure, people have to be paid, it becomes a new NGO. How do we avoid that? How do we avoid that? So that is a third context. The fourth context is exhaustion. Exhaustion. We are saying we need to collaborate and we need to do more things together. But people are exhausted. People are burnt out. People are depressed, anxious, and so forth. So a lot of mental issues in the sector. How are we going to deal with that? The context of, burnout, depression, and anxiety. And then lastly, the context where the big political vision and big political, slogans seem to have lost power. People are no longer talking about socialism, things like that. That is some of the context. And then I move now to the landmines, some of the obstacles, some of the things that we should be aware of as we are seeking to collaborate. One, ideology. Ideology. How are we going to deal with ideology? The reason why the UDF was successful is because there was no ideology, right? You had black consciousness people, you had SNCP people, you had church people, all collaborating. Is it possible for us to subsume our ideologies? Ideology matter because it's going to determine what do we mean by justice here. What kind of justice are we looking for? What is our injustice frame? How are we framing the injustice? That's ideology. And ideology matter because that also sets our emancipatory horizon. Where are we going? So in the context where we are coming from, some of us are boring conservative lawyers. Some people are radical, socialists. How are we going to find each other? What are we going to do with this question of ideology? And how are we going to subsume it? Secondly, the second landmine, the issue of power. The issue of power. How are we going to deal with skewed power relations within the sector? People have been mentioning the hierarchy between NGOs and social movements, and a lot of tension between the two. There's also power that is gendered, issues of sexuality, issues of ableism, visible and invisible ableism. How are we going to deal with issues of class? So the first one is ideology. The second one is multiple power imbalances and how we're going to deal with that. The third one is the issue of language. Language. As we collaborate, we need to be mindful of language. Of course, the obvious thing is, English, that the sector is so dominated by English. But there's also issues of jargon. There's also issues of academic language that can marginalize and that can be power over, because I'm coming with, using Fanon, some ways that I've learned from Fanon here and there, right? How are we going to deal with the issue of language? How are we going to deal with the issue of language? We are here and there's no sign interpretation, for example, right? Even though, sign language has been recognized as the 12th official language, right? And then issues of geography. Our sector is so metropolitan, right? Gauteng, Western Cape, and sometimes KwaZulu-Natal. But there are a lot of movements that are coming from the rural areas. How are we going to deal with that split? The question of geography, where, as Mam Jani said, some are citizens, some continue to be subjects. We replicate it within the sector. How are we going to deal with the issue of geography? And then lastly, we are seeking to collaborate in a context where our communities are dysfunctional. You are asking people to organize in a context where the Nyaupe pandemic in the townships is a big, big issue, where our communities are not nurturing at all. So those are some of the issues that we need to debate and see how we can overcome if we're going to collaborate. Issues of ideology, issues of power, issue of language, issue of geography, and the dysfunctional communities where people are so survivalist. For them, bread tomorrow or bread on the table. The way forward, some of the proposals about the way forward. One, proposal for a database. We need a database to know who is doing what and where. We don't have that. We don't have that. We know because we've got people that we work with. So can we have a database? And then, there was also suggestion about how do we use technology to make that easy, an app and so forth and so forth. So the first thing is a database. The second proposal for the way forward was a proposal to have sub-sector gatherings. Sub-sector gatherings. Some people say we need a space for just social movements to have their own assembly and then to also, propose the way forward. Some sub-sector convenings. So that's the second proposal. It's a debate. Let's hear what people say. Are we just replicating and wasting money? Or would that be an organic way of building up instead of a top-down, forced way to collaborate? Three, some agenda setting. If we are going to collaborate, we need 3 or 4 big issues that we say for 2023 to 2024. These are the 4 issues that we are going to be working on. Big issues that are above our organizations. 4 issues, GBV, BIG, whatever. These are the 4 issues that we're going to coalesce around. So the third issue about the way forward is agenda setting. Can we agree on a minimum program? And we say, we know all the crises that we are facing as a country, but can we agree on some key issues? And then the third one was the need to dilute the powers of NGOs. The need to dilute the powers of NGOs. How are we going to do that? We all say, even I as an NGO person, I say, we come with power, we need to recognize that. But there's a need to stop talking about it, but actually to redistribute power between, NGOs, social movement, and so forth. How are we going to dilute, the power of NGOs and NGOization? We've seen how many social movements tomorrow becomes, NGOs. Fourthly, a code of good practice, that we can agree on. These are the values that will unite us. This is how we do things. This is what we don't do. Like any industry, I should say, right? A minimum code of ethics or code of good practice. The Department of Social Development has got an NGO code of practice, but it's from the state. Can we have our own? And some people are even suggesting an ombudsman, a sort of an ombudsman. So those are some of the proposals about the way forward. Some questions for me. The first question, we're saying we need to unite and collaborate. Where is the state? Can we collaborate with the state? Can we co-opt champions within the state? Some of the big things that we have fallen in the sector is because we managed to co-opt some champions within the state. Whether it's TAC with the drugs, whether it's some of the increases in the social grants. They were champions within the state. So are we going to, how are we going to do that? I know there's a group on engagement with the state. We need to, once again, debate who is in the sector. What do we mean by social justice sector? What do we mean? Are trade unions part of us? Are they not part of us? Collaborate to what end? What are we collaborating towards what end? Is it just anti what's happening, or are we having an emancipatory vision that we are working towards? The fourth thing that we need to be aware of is counter-mobilization. Counter-mobilization. You know, big business had faith in the presidency of Cyril Ramaphosa, right? And they put a lot of money to make it happen. They've lost faith. So what they're doing now is to build BNGOs, business NGOs, to dilute our power. So you will see the emergence, you will see just now, the emergence of new formations. And you don't know who's funding them, but we know who's funding them. So counter mobilization, how are we going to deal with that? Yeah. Yeah, let me end there. I was going to ask about whether collaboration has ever led to a revolution. If we look in the past, yeah, but let me not go there. Yeah, so that is some of the things that I took from the meeting. Thank you.
All right, so I am giving feedback from migrant rights in SA. And 2 disclaimers, as you can hear from my accent, I've been told I have an accent. So yes, I am a migrant. And no, I do not claim to be speaking or represent the migrants in here or out there. And also, I am Ghanaian. That means I might add spices that was not necessarily in the meeting, but yeah, it makes the jollof nice. So that's what's going to happen every now and then. But hopefully, I'll be able to capture the essence of our discussion, and whatever I may leave out is not because I disagreed. It's just it's after lunch, and yeah, it's real. Yes. So just off the bat, we need to obviously understand what we are talking about broadly before we even go into the nitty-gritties of the challenges and what our role is as a sector and how we can, move the agenda forward. And this is from me, here's one spice. Migration is a human condition, right? In that, whether you are doing it cross-border internationally or internally, at some point you would move. Whether it's by circumstances you are forced to or by choice, you have the privilege and you make the decision to move. So migration is a human condition. So when we are discussing migrants' rights, the fallacy is that we tend to think that these group of people we are talking about are homogeneous. Not necessarily. So nomenclature becomes very important, right? So in that grouping, we've got people who are displaced either via war or climate conditions or what have you, civil unrest, something happened for them to be displaced from their home country. And then you've got people who, for economic reasons, decide to leave their home country and go to see greener pastures. And other people, I mean, we don't really categorize them as migrants because they are sort of a sexy group of people. We call them expatriates. So they tend to be a different, class of people. But essentially, what is happening is the underlying thing is an othering, right? So we are labeling people based on whatever factors we have or whatever rules we are using. And some people are given privileged titles and other people are being demonized. They are being made to look like the devil for moving from their home country to come into South Africa. And the aspect that we want to hone in on, or we want to have a critical discussion and perhaps look for ways to address this issue, is that demonization of people who come from other places into South Africa, right? And this nomenclature is seeped in racism, right? So if we look at the history of this country and what apartheid said to do, I suppose there's another othering. Black South Africans have been indoctrinated in a certain way, and there's a sense of internalized racism that then is reflected onto other people of the same color but from other African countries. So when we are talking about migrants and the problem, you know, you hear officials saying like, oh, these cockroaches, I'm a kwere, my friend, whatever titles that they have. It's not coming from a place of Ubuntu or Pan-Africanism like Nkrumah wanted us to believe or wanted us to adopt as Africans, right? And this is also fundamentally based on government or people in power legitimizing this kind of rhetoric and discourse around foreign nationals. So when some official goes on TV to say, no, we can't give, let's say, a hospital bed to a Zimbabwean or this other person because for whatever reasons, it legitimizes this kind of negative connotations that is attached to foreign people. But there's also this real case. So there's also this other discourse or rhetoric that is built around issues of scarcity, right? So in order for somebody to drive the hate agenda, you have to create an enemy. And the way that is done with foreign nationals is for the people who are mandated to provide services, but they are not doing the job, to create a sense of scarcity. So we have limited resources, right? And we can't give, everyone can't have access. And these other people are crossing the Limpopo River and they're coming to take your stuff. The jobs are not there. We've got like 3, and now we've got 5 Nigerians here. They're coming to take it. So it's a false narrative to give power or to give substance to this thing that this fear that they are sowing, to deflect from their failures to deliver on what they are supposed to do. So we need to be mindful that while this is forced, it is also a real issue because communities which are usually marginalized communities and fragile communities are the ones that are absorbing these so-called foreigners, and that's all they've been told or they know, right? So if I don't have an exposure or that is the little bubble and that's the only information I have, it is a real issue and we need to be able to debunk it effectively. So what we are saying, what came out of the group is that negative messaging and language, right, that machinery is very strong, it's effective, and it is powerful. And for us to be able to move migrants' rights forward, and particularly to dispel issues of disinformation and misinformation, and to be able to address xenophobia and Afrophobia specifically, we need to counter that messaging and narrative, that language also. So we need to come up with an equally effective language, messaging, strategy that counters that anti-migrant sentiment in our communities, and even that is legitimized or is reflected in our policies to some extent, right? And it's difficult because the irony is that we are also in a setting where we are predominantly South African organizations, so we mobilize in South Africa. There's no organization, I think there was just one from one lady in our group, which works across SADC, right? And it is strange because the SADC flavor should be here, given the history of the country, and yet we've all carried our bags and come and sit here and we are hyping ourselves in a really nice way, which is nice, but our struggles are not divorced from the struggles of the region. So if whatever strategies that we want to come up with should be able to speak to the regional agenda, the continental agenda. And so the challenges and issues are many. I can speak forever and it will get emotional and we will never leave this conference. But as a way forward, I think for us as Social Justice Assembly, and what was coming out of the discussion is that we do have a very important role to play, and the role we are supposed to play with unfortunately neglected it, or we have been reactive in our role. We only get up and toy and protest, or write media statement and do all that shenanigan when there is a situation. There's a xenophobic attack, for instance, right? As opposed to that, the conditions are, it happens every day. It's just that we don't hear of those sexy ones that are reported, or it's a big national issue. So we need to be more active in that, in addressing that, if it is a group of people or that population. But to do that, we need to then come to the understanding that migrants' rights are human rights. And if our business as civil society sector is to fight injustice and promote human rights, then we don't actually need to come up with different strategies to address it, because what we are already doing should address migrants' rights. We don't need to, we go through the trouble of trying to other within our own campaigns as well. So I'm children, I am women, I am this. But if we take it broadly and say we are dealing with human rights issues, then we don't need to be othering further. And one caution that came out of our discussion, and we don't want to be bearers of bad news, ne? But the issue is that we have many participants highlighted that the 2024 elections will be a prime opportunity to either topple the narrative that we see coming up all the time when there's elections, and powers that be, or people are vying for our votes, are trying to, position themselves in a specific way, or place foreigners at the heart of the issues that they're supposed to be addressing just to get into power. So these 2024 elections offer us a prime opportunity to be able to develop and to drive some of these strategies that we want. And they're all of the strategies center, or they are built on education, popular education. We're talking about political education. We are talking about how to change the narrative by getting people to actually speak to each other, debunking the myth about foreigners and their contribution to the society. We need to do community work in terms of educating our communities about who their neighbors are. Who's your neighbor? And we can't all obviously do it, and where a good opportunity for us to leverage that sort of power or strategy that we have is to make use of our faith leaders. So your churches, let me use church as an example. Our faith leaders to be able to drive the message and that changing of narrative and rhetoric and discourse around migrants, at the community level, so that we get the message out and wide, right? And as a final one, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. And we also need to make full use of the media, because we know that the media also helps in perpetuating some of these misinformation and disinformation that we have around migrants in general, right? And as organizations, it doesn't matter which sector you are focused on. So trade unions have a role to play, because migrant labor, right? Like a migrant is a full human being, and they have different sides to them, or different aspects. So every organization, children, they are children migrants, women, they are displaced women or vulnerable women who are from other African countries. So we all have a role to play, but the message, or the take-home message, is that our voices need to start getting louder than those who are criminalizing and characterizing these people as the devil, so to speak, right? Like they're the source of all our problems.
Hi. Hi everyone, I'm Akila, and I'm going to be sharing some highlights. that we pulled from our discussion for social media. So there was no synthesizer in the room, but we pulled out some nuggets from the group discussion. So this is for funding the sector, and I'll be sharing some key highlights. Okay, so most organizations' values are not about money, even though money matters to everyone, because resources enables organizations to do what we do. If we can secure more resources, we would have the vehicles to make change. And then the questions that were asked in the room was, how do we think about resources and where do we look for funds? So we had 3 sources of funding, which is state funding, traditional funding, and the private sector. So funding from the state was also discussed, and one participant said that the state is already funding civil society through, for example, the lottery fund and other state sources. So the civil society sector needs to see state money as our money. There is a need for welfare and charity, given the high levels of poverty in our communities. We need to hold the state accountable on every level, including the distribution of funds. Then in terms of traditional funding, another source of funding has been philanthropy. Social justice organizations have relied on philanthropy for a very long time. It was said that the time is now to rethink that structure. Historically, you cannot take away the role that philanthropy has played for the social justice sector, but there are other ways of securing funds, so we need to look into this. We can look into the private sector and urge them to come on board as their corporate social investment and responsibility. The corporate section needs to make a business case for financial contributions towards the sectors. There are various other ways of getting funding as an organization. It should not be limited to money. So another way is skills building. Skills building is one other way of gaining resources for your organization. As organizations, we are currently at breaking point due to the lack of skills development and learning opportunities. There is a need for businesses and professionals to look to the skills of organizations to help them develop expertise in a particular area. We need to consider sharing resources. There should be shared monitoring and evaluation of resources. And then lastly, acknowledging change. So community organizations are the most diverse and multifunctional. Community organizations and social justice campaigns is where change is happening, and we need to acknowledge this and make this change-making role in society. We need to advocate for the return of the money to the people from the state. We need to hold the state accountable on every level, including the distribution of funds. Thank you. So I don't have any, feedback on that. Like I said, I just took this from nuggets from social media.
Thank you so much, guys. You can go sit down. All right, thank you very much for those report backs. I have pulled, and together with Mazibuko, who was listening attentively, we'll synthesize that into a plan. What I did want to offer is just a moment to acknowledge that obviously there are a couple of the engagement sessions that weren't represented. And I know, some people might have taken personal notes. Are there any kind of action points, proposals about a way forward, proposals about strategies from any of the engagement sessions that we haven't received a report back from? Yes, please.
Hi, so I'll be speaking about intersections and GBV. Let's just say that an hour was not enough to cover everything. So the first one was the intersect between GBV and food security. And Mimi and Nicole had reported on how food agency, or agency around food in communities, and how we need to co-create and analyze to find solutions to the food crisis. To explore community kitchens and how communities claim kitchens as a place of solidarity and community. We also need to accept and understand that a lot of the times it's always of women that are mainly volunteering, and they operate within their homes and close intersections, and also the close intersection between food and just creating a hub for women to come. We also then say that we need we need an action-orientated approach, and to recognize the lived realities of women, and that there are stories and experiences behind the numbers. We also need to be unpacking what hunger means, and doing so is a powerful process. The question that was raised is, what is the state's role? I think that has been echoed in all of our discussions. And then we had Wendy, who spoke on GBV and the intersection of land. And a lot of the times she gave a context of women on farms and how it is husbands that contract with the farms. And usually it's women that are dismissed. And so most of the times, or all of the times, she suffers institutional violence and the whole concept of multiple burdens, and that there is no dignity in eviction. There's also a need to access to information, because women usually live far from like police services. They usually live very far from access to information. We also need to understand that women have different backgrounds and that we need to be inclusive. We need to broaden our horizons and be innovative and work in accordance with women's needs, and not where donors want us to go. And then Christy from Women's Legal Center had spoken about having identity as an intersection, and that women experience discrimination and violence in very different ways, and that we need to reimagine a way forward. And the question was asked, how will we break down the systemic structure? So all food for thought. Let's see. Okay, and then Miriam and Joy touched on the national shelter movement and how we need integrated networks, and that usually violence against women is intergenerational, and that women come to shelters and then they find that they have issues such as mental issues, and they are not able to access services. And we actually say that we're actually preaching to the converted, because, I mean, we all do GBV work and human rights work within the space, so we need to be touching other stakeholders. And then there was a hashtag for all of us, Patrick must fall. Patriarchy is Patrick. I really love that. That was so funny, but really, really true. And then some of the other engagements were that we need to uproot the system itself. I think that has been echoed a lot. And the importance of intentionality on intersectionality. So we really need to be intentional with the way we do things and in the manner that we do. And also that people do not know the different concepts and terms, and that is why education is so important. Basically, they also say that if you can't access it in reality, then it doesn't exist. So we need to go down to grassroots level. Other proposals were a referral pathway, which I think is really, really important and has been echoed, and then linking culture and GBV and collaboration within government structures, and that we really need to discuss what that would look like. Thank you.
Are there any others from any of the others? Chair, so I hope your microphone is working. Otherwise, don't figure
so. Thank you very much. So I did attend the breakout session on engaging the state. However, I didn't make this point, so it's a new one. But I'm going to throw it out there anyway. So the one area I think we need to explore is how to engage the state, perhaps through the processes that are available within the African Union human rights system. So as we know, in Africa, we have a very progressive human rights instruments, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. It establishes a specific oversight and accountability organ, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. So the African Commission each year hosts ordinary sessions, which is open to NGOs with observer status to make either oral or written submissions. So the Commission then uses that information to engage the states on its responsibilities in terms of the African Charter. The Commission also has a very elaborate special procedures and working groups. One of them, I think, is the Special Rapporteur on the Right of Women. We've been speaking about the question of gender-based violence. There's a special Rapporteur on the right to environment and extractive industries. There's a special Rapporteur on refugees and asylum seekers who we need to engage, or rather provide information which they can utilize to engage South Africa on its obligations. Thank you very much.
Sorry, just trying to finish my sentence. Okay. All right, thank you so much. Does that just about cover all of our engagement sessions? One more. Lenina?
So I just think in the absence of Dominic, Dominic's not here, right? There are a few things. So when we discussed the climate and energy crisis, we talked about energy poverty. Dominic delivered a presentation that was quite technical with graphs about Eskom's fiscal status, Eskom's capacity status, generation capacities. We also mentioned the fact that fossil fuels, coal, needs to go because of the externalized cost to the health of communities, which has a historical effect, but it's still currently ongoing. Eskom currently is outsourcing a lot. There was questions about how tariffs works, what happens with indigent status, understanding Eskom, and when people go off grid, that cost is borne by the people who are left on the grid. Someone from CER also mentioned that we also need to focus on the fact that we are in this climate emergency, and right now the Just Energy Transition Plan needs public participation. And we don't have to necessarily focus on Eskom itself. We said we cannot do away with Eskom, because if Eskom goes away, we're going to have complete blackouts, right? And then only the people who could afford solar panels will literally have access to electricity. So we're talking about a green new Eskom, looking at the facts of renewable energy. There was a lot of calls about public participation. We did not ignore the effects of state capture. And then there was a lot of in the room about short-term solutions right now, because we need to have a short-term solution for now while we think ahead of the long-term solution. We talked about Kuberg that's going to live beyond its current years as a ticking time bomb right now. We speak about just transition literacy, so that when people are fighting something, we know what we're fighting with the facts. And mentioning what we have expertise in the room already regarding these things, and this expertise needs to be shared, like vertical, horizontal collaboration. If I have left anything out, oh yes, and we also had a list, which I'm not sure who has the list of everyone who's interested in continuing the conversation on just transition. Because it was, the topic got really hot and we were running out of time, we actually ate quite much into lunch. So we got some contact details, who's with someone. And we're going to have to continue this, whether we continue it on Zoom at first or continue on this, and just invite people to all the discussions on energy, because there's a lot happening. If you follow the Climate Justice Coalition on Twitter, they post a lot of things about what the unions are doing, what SAFTU is doing, the marches that are planned. And there are lots of public participation opportunities within the Presidential Climate Commission, going to areas like Carolina, going to areas like the Vaal Triangle. And we need to make sure that not just that we participate, but that the communities are, I don't want to use the word empowered, but I can't find a better word, empowered to participate in these sessions and can meaningfully engage and actually say they say and understand that privatization is not the way to go. And that is not a solution, because it is anti-poor, and we know that there's a big right wing rising right now, not just in the energy sector. And also Mark Haywood mentioned that we need to realize that as much as we're now having load shedding and load reduction with electricity, water shedding is on the table as well. And we need water for life. Yes, and then we spoke about also how electricity, when you talk about, I'm glad someone mentioned intersectionality. It's an education crisis, a health crisis. There's a mental wellness episode, session. It's also a mental wellness crisis. It's working across class. It contributes to GBV in big ways, not just because it's dark, but because, there's a lot of mental wellness issues as well. So if we think of it as just a basic resource that we don't have, it's not just a basic resource. And there's actually a call to deliberate on this session further, beyond the Social Justice Assembly. But seeing that the impending climate crisis has all these intersections, and we're talking about intersectionality, I think we should decide social justice for who? Who are we prioritizing when we talk of social justice? Someone mentioned also about Soweto, about the debt. We can't ignore that. We also can't ignore load reduction. Load shedding affects a few, like everyone, but load reduction affects the poor. And it's inherently racist and very apartheid-like. Those are just a couple of things that I noted down while facilitating. And if I left anything out, I'll wait for someone to let us know where the contact list is at.
Thank you. Okay, one more group.
Yeah, I just want to add there that we said while we are crafting a solution and a way out, that can go hand in hand with job creation solutions for young people or those who are unemployed, so that we don't do this one and then we have another strategy for job creation. But energy can be the place where job creation can be found a solution.
Sorry, guys, just conferring. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think that covers all of the engagement sessions. Yes, yes? One last one.
Okay, I'll try and be as quick as possible. I attended the one on mental wellness, and the main things that we discussed there was also like the collective trauma within like the organizations with all the work that is very heavy on everybody, and also there's the trauma is also embedded into like organizational processes. So when your leader is not taking days off, you also don't feel empowered to take days off. So you can't really like recuperate. And also we talked about othering as well. So we take for granted the work that civil servants do because we always like have treated them as the enemy, as the organs of the state. But we don't realize that like frontline workers also get like burnout. They also like one of the people that was there was a nurse, and she was saying that she had to deal with a lot of corpses, and then she has to go back and face the public. So that was something that we also need to try to figure out how we embed ways of dealing with trauma and psychological stress within the organizations, and also a list of solutions or at least like some tools that can be used. We talked about awareness, so everybody should be aware that there is like such a thing as mental wellness, and it's as important as physical wellness and all types of other wellness. And then from there we should also do rest, and rest means unscheduled time, so time that's not scheduled for anything, so that you can recuperate. It's also important that we do some movement, so move your body. And then also like music and play, so just like be playful, do something that is not for a reason. And another important thing to do is to encourage people to always ask for help. The ideal situation is where everybody, literally everybody in the country goes and does at least 10 sessions of therapy within their lifetime, or at least see a wellness coach. And then the other thing that I also wanted to highlight, if I can just find quickly. Oh yeah, we also discussed how in the crafting of apartheid, psychologists were consulted. But then when we were like moving away from 94, we didn't have like that faculty also like represented, as to like how do we like heal the people, how do we take them from the survival mode and just like integrate them into a society that's well. So yeah, thank you, I'll stop there.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much for the report backs, and thank you to the people who were impromptu rapporteurs. Thanks for stepping up, guys, to fill those gaps. We appreciate it. I have to admit, your energy is killing me, guys. This room is dead. It is like facilitating through mud. I am struggling. So I think perhaps the problem is me. So I'm going to ask Unoncedo Sindisa to lead us in a quick energizer. Let's see if we can lift a bit of the body. I also recognize that it is 3 o'clock. It's actually after 3 o'clock. So people who need to take the 3 o'clock bus, please don't forget that there is a bus leaving now, might have left, for the hotel and the airport. It won't leave if you need it to. I mean, I don't know. But, you know, if you need to go, go is my point. So let's do a bit of an energizer. Let's see if we can shift some of the energy in the room. Then we'll take a quick body break, and then we head into the kind of core work, really, which is looking at how we take things forward, how we take the energy, the thoughts, the work that's been done over these 2 days forward in the format of the Social Justice Assembly. So over to you two.
Okay, can everyone stand up, please? Everyone stand up. They said that we should move our bodies. We're doing it right now, Chief. It's happening. It's nice to work at the college education because we work with high school learners. We do all of these things every day when you start a youth group. So if you are at the stairs, you can move here in the stairs. You can move here in the stairs. Some of us here in front. Everyone stand up. All right. So we are still in the, and put your seats in front of you. Your seats in front of you, everyone, okay. Let's imagine that we are in a ship or a boat, whatsoever. The one that Jan van der Beek came with here in Africa. There was a captain, right? So this ship, I'm the captain. You are the soldiers. When I'm saying the captain is coming, you will say, yes, captain. Yes, captain. The captain is coming?
Yes, captain.
But you shout. You are a soldier, right? You shout, yes, captain. And I'm saying the captain is coming? Yes, captain. Yeah. Captain is coming? Yes. Captain is coming? Yes. Okay, that's the first one. Another trick is that don't do what I do. Do what I say. Right? When I'm saying the captain is coming, you say, yes, captain, but don't do what I do. Do what I say. The captain is coming? Yes. Captain is coming? Yes. You shout, comrades. Captain is coming? Yes. Yes, okay. When I say sweep the floor, you sweep the floor. Sweep the floor? No, sweep the floor. You don't shout. The captain is coming? Yes. Captain is coming? Yes. Sweep the floor. Sweep the floor? Okay, the camera is coming? When I say throw the flag, throw the flag, sweep the floor, throw the flag, sweep the floor. The camera is coming? Don't do what I do what I say. Right? Okay. The camera is coming? Camera is coming? Sweep the floor, throw the flag, sweep the floor, throw the flag, throw the flag, Masibuko, throw the flag, throw the flag, throw the flag, sweep the floor, throw the flag, throw the flag, sweep the floor. Camera is coming? Camera is coming? Thank you.
Comrades, believe it or not, we will finish the assembly early, but let's reward ourselves even before we finish early by taking a 10-minute break for a body break, quickly, bathroom, smoke, and so on. Let's come back at 22 minutes past 3. Maqabane, Maqabane, Maqabane. Maqabane, Maqabane. Apelile. Apelile. Comrades, amandla aphelile. Aphelile, aphelile. Aphelile, yawabona, aphelile. Okay, comrades. May you please ask the back room to project on the screen? Thank you. Comrades, thank you. It's the last 20 minutes. We'll be out of here by 3:45. There are two things we will do. A proposed way forward and a draft declaration. You, Ainkulu. So, there's a number of proposals that the Assembly Coordination Committee is putting forward after it sat at lunch to assess where things are and how to work out concrete outcomes from our 2 days. Unfortunately, I put them in rough form, so ignore the question marks and other eccentricities on my part. Focus on the content. The first proposal is that there should be an interim coordination structure until we convene again. The proposal is that we convene in September, where then we can consolidate what we've put forward. For example, the ACC assesses that and concludes that there is a consensus about the need to build a broad platform, a broad united platform for solidarity, for a common vision on social justice and for action. But we've not done the work yet to work out what that vision should be, to work out those pieces of common action and what solidarity means concretely. So that's why then there would be a need to have an interim coordination structure, but that would be revised until we meet in September. The proposal then is that some ACC members may no longer be able to serve, but they'll make that call themselves. But at the same time, there's a proposal from the ACC that these people who are here should propose the co-option of additional members with a bias towards young people. Then this revised interim coordination structure would then continue until the September convening. A report, detailed and summarized, will be produced of this assembly that will be distributed. And then there's a need to find a way to reach out to people who were absent. There are some provinces which were underrepresented. There are some sectors that are underrepresented. There are other strata and forces that were also absent. So this interim coordination structure, as well as all of us, have a common duty and role to reach out to those, to report to those, to engage and build towards September. Part of that would be to engage a whole range of previous and other existing initiatives. Two amongst those are those that Noncedo informed us of yesterday, the July convening, which I think led to the Defend Our Democracy campaign, the Kageso Trust convening in November. Of course, there are many others, whether it's the Working Class Summit and so on. So as to engage those as well in the build-up to the December. It's not just the responsibility of the revised interim coordination structure, but also all of us who are here to do that. Immediately, we can set up hubs for communication and solidarity with those who are resourced, facilitating that through a range of things. So that's the proposal on the way forward from the ACC. As you will see, this is largely a process proposal. It does not deal with the content proposals on political education, on xenophobia, on gender-based violence, and so on. The idea is that the process proposal will enable then the concretization of the various things that have come up, which will be captured in the report. Before I begin to repeat myself like the NTR, let me hand over to you to engage this proposal. Maybe not the declaration yet. Back room, don't move ahead. Someone please knock on that door and tell them. Oh, okay, it's gone. Thank you. Okay. So, comrades, there is a process proposal. How do you engage with it? Tessa, Tsepo, Wafa? Vumani? Is that come comrade at the back? Oh, Minaj, it's you, I didn't see. Okay.
I think in addition to prioritizing co-opting young people in the ACC, I think we should also prioritize social movement representatives.
Okay. There's a self-recognition here that perhaps the ACC is loaded towards NGOs. Okay. Is that endorsed?
Yeah.
Good. Tessa?
There we are.
So I know we're not dealing, that doesn't deal necessarily with the content, but it did ask the question on what we gather in September on. And so I was wondering if there's space to just ventilate thoughts on that.
Okay. So unfortunately, because this was done in a rush, what I'll do, I'll start, but we can add. So what the ACC proposes the September convening should do is then hopefully we can reach an agreement on the vision of the society we want around the theme of social justice, but then give content to that. So that's the one big thing for September. And then the second big thing, what strategy and program of action That program of action could include campaigns. The ACC did mention that the room had mentioned the 2024 elections. So that will be part of the discussion. What does the social justice sector do in relation to 2024 elections? That's part of a possible program of action. So those two things, the broad vision, a consensus around that, and then agreement on a program of action. And then finally, a mechanism then for coordinating the future program. It's not clear yet what that would be. People could be proposing all sorts of structures and mechanisms for coordination. Yeah, those are the three things. And then we can add, as I'm saying, there may be other things. Tessa, I'm throwing it back to you.
Yeah, if I could. I think the thing about, I think both of those things are linked. The question about what kind of society that we want, and then the question about 24 and any other important milestones or moments we think the country needs to, focus itself around is important. And I wanted to make a point about that, particularly for us to think about towards both the declaration and towards the September meeting, is that when we talk about 2024, we're not only limiting ourselves to the question about who contests. The fundamental question about 2024 is actually what is the broad citizenry going to do about 2024? Yeah. And how are we going to ensure that the people of this country govern themselves to 24, in 24, and beyond 24? That means showing up for voting. How are we going to ensure that we show up? That means setting the agenda. And the reason why I'm mentioning this now and not in September is because I fundamentally believe that before the politicians come up with manifestos, the time is now for us to set the agenda for the 2024 election. Decide what the things are, the proposals are that are going to be on the table that is going to secure somebody our vote or not. The Fridays for Future movement in Europe, the German group particularly, 1.4 million young people, most of them teenagers, said something profound to me a few months ago. They said that when the coalition parties were eventually elected and had to decide on the issues and what they were going to converge on, the one thing all of those parties had identical in their manifestos was the climate agenda and what needs to happen, because Fridays for Future set that agenda and they made sure they engaged every political party to get them to coalesce on that. So that by the time you get to the election, nobody's unclear about what needs to happen about that, and everyone who knows they want your X knows that that's the thing that you want. So we must start thinking, what are the issues that we are going to put on the ballot? Before we say, who are we going to vote for? Let's ask ourselves, what are we going to vote for? And then the more fundamental question, how are we going to make sure that as many of us vote as absolutely possible?
Thank you. My attempt will be to integrate those points in the draft declaration, but also into the report itself, so that as we engage people between now and September, that becomes part of the discussion. Weinberg?
Yeah, on the proposal for the process, I think we need to include a round of provincial meetings before we imagine another national gathering. And I think we have to agree that all 1,000 to however many expressed interest need to be re-included, and that we need to open up again to be as inclusive and broad as possible. Yeah.
Let's not get provoked, ne? Minaj, I won't give you, I'll give the comrade to your right. Oh, Petani, I didn't say it's you.
You are getting old, comrade Jack. You can't see that far. Okay, anyway, my point will be that as the assembly concludes now and declarations are being made, but also I'm resonating with what Tessa is saying. I'm sensing a lack of bit of agency in the sense that while every election is critical, even the next one is very much critical as the other ones were, in order to try to reimagine and shape the kind of society that we want. And as the comrade who spoke just now before me, about the fact that how do we mobilize other people who showed interest but are not part of this, and something that Prof. Madlingoti mentioned, because something that I've been asking, most of the people that I have seen here are from the Cape, but other provinces are underrepresented and other people are not here. So what is the kind of project or mobilizing energies that we're going to be focusing on towards September, going towards September, and not just only convening convergence of NGOs, but all other broader civic organizations that exist, even amongst trade unions and other progressive movements that we can coalesce with and work with towards putting concrete goals and things that we want from 2024 and beyond. It's not just only about elections, although elections are a site or a place where we can contest state power. Beyond that, what kind of society that we want to build? So I am of the view that there must be a sense of agency in the kind of actions that we want to implement, because elections are coming, politicians are coming, and the kind of confusion that's going to be there is going to be there as usual. Thank you.
Thanks. So, Nomzamo and the ACC, you can clearly hear the agency, so that it's not just waiting for September. Comrades, can I appeal that then we harness, channel those proposals to the ACC, and hopefully, Nomzamo, is it fair to ask you guys to give us an action plan within a month, by the end of February? It's not fair, because there's an agency in the room that says let's come out with vibrance, with vavavoom, with action, including consultations and so on. And the reason I'm proposing a month is to give some sense of confidence to the room in that regard. Nomzamo?
For the co-option of people into the ACC. So if people are in the room, at least those who are in the room can give us the youth, can give us the movements here, and make the commitment to commit their time.
Okay.
So we can't do a month if it's expected to sit on Seri's shoulders or on Nolundi's shoulders or on Mazibuko's shoulders. We can make it a month if people are going to put their own energy into it.
Thanks, Nomzamo. You're taking us to the last point on action then. Are there proposals, are there ndifunwa ngabantu moments for this co-option? I'll propose three individuals for co-option who cover those categories: youth and abazabalas in the social movements. Any self-action from below? Well, for purpose of time, I think we stick to the official definition of 14 to 35. Comrades, let's move. Otherwise, you let me down on 4:45, 4:45. Yes, Tom. Enzio Jacobs, Tessa.
I'm not in any of your categories, so I don't know what to do with myself. But I'm going to nominate Petani because he spoke now, so he must do the work.
Petani,
nomination times. Of course, yes, I agree. I'm not disagreeing.
Now it's a boys' choir. So that means that we have to pay attention to that. And Enzio? Who's the comrade? Zoe, the famous East Londoner. Okay, thank you. Zoe Postman, Enzio Jacobs, Petani Mazibandil. Those are the three co-options we're proposing. Affirmed by acclaim. Huh? Come again?
We need somebody from EE on the... I think EE is the biggest social movement that's here. Hey, I don't...
Non-Sato is already part of it. Okay, comrades, that covered Minaj. Noncedo? Okay. Comrades, we are done with the way forward. Thank you for your love and cooperation. Now we're going to present some kind of statement. We can now project it. That's supposed to capture the essence. Now, those who come from unions, please avoid your tendencies of long declarations and so on. This is supposed to be aspirational, inspirational, brief, and to the point. Even though it's supposed to be like that, the ACC made the wrong decision to ask someone to write in turgid communist prose what I'm presenting to you. This is not the South Africa we deserve. The poverty, inequality, misery, squalor, corruption, failing services, violence, criminality, and other decay are not the dreams we fought for. We are activists standing for social justice, coming from a range of popular and community organizations, social movements, NGOs, and other parts of civil society. We came together at the inaugural Social Justice Assembly. Having discussed the current political situation, the socio-economic crisis gripping the masses of our people, and the failure of the political elite to provide work, to meet basic needs and services, and to lead us away from the impending climate crisis, we cry out that kwanele, genoeg is genoeg. With a great sense of urgency, we have laid a foundation for uniting our separate and often fragmented efforts to build solidarity, restore confidence and hope in the vision of a society based on social justice. As the Assembly, we call on all who live in South Africa to stand up and take back our democracy, power, and future. We declare that a just and democratic society without poverty is not just possible or necessary, but extremely urgent. If we do not overcome the system, not only will the lives of our people become more wretched, but life itself on our planet will be at grave risk. As delegates, we leave the Assembly recognizing that our diverse struggles have a common goal, the creation of a peaceful, just, and fair society based on real democracy. We commit ourselves to deepening and sustaining the struggle to achieve this goal. We commit to stand together to build solidarity and unity in action, where we find support, strength, and purpose, and a voice that can no longer be ignored. We want a people-centered democracy that restores dignity and guarantees peace, security, and justice for all. We want leaders who consult with and answer to the people, who are active in their communities, and who use their positions to fight for the rights of the people they represent. We demand an end to corruption in politics and business. We are tired of politicians who use their position for personal gain and for building business networks. We need to remind politicians that they work for us. And if they're not doing their jobs, they can and will be replaced. We demand a democracy that works to end the curse of racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, xenophobia, tribalism, and all other forms of social oppression and exploitation in our society. In our democracy, we recognize and affirm the common humanity of all, the value and strength of our diversity. We stand for a democratic and just society without inequality and poverty. We will continue our struggles, demanding land, quality education, decent housing, water, electricity, proper sanitation, and other basic services for all. We want peace, security, and comfort. We want to feel safe in our homes and our communities. We want an end to violence against women, children, LGBTQIA+ people, and other vulnerable communities. We want lively, thriving, and vibrant communities characterized by recreation, arts, culture, healing, and social cohesion. We want an end to irresponsible behavior by big businesses, which puts profits before the people. We are tired of our environment being poisoned by the dumping of toxic waste, widespread ecological degradation, and the continued use of polluting fuels when renewable alternatives abound. We want ecological sustainable development. We want to hand over a living planet to our future generations. We demand real jobs and decent livelihood opportunities, better working and living conditions, and a fair share for all. The bountiful wealth and resources of our land to benefit all our people. We are internationalists. We have no illusions that the crisis we face can be resolved without transforming our region, our continent, and the world. We stand for Pan-African and broader international solidarity with the oppressed and exploited peoples of the world. We unanimously agree that an urgent task for us is to fight the case of xenophobia and Afrophobia. We embrace refugee and immigrant communities who are primarily the victims of the same crisis we face. We want real democracy. We are tired of going through the same old routine of every 5 years, electing politicians who will change nothing. We want to become active citizens and reclaim the tradition of deep, active, substantive, and meaningful participatory democracy forged in the struggle against apartheid. Our actions. In principle, we agree to the need for and we commit to build a broad platform uniting all of us in a common vision, common demands, and program for social justice based on solidarity and unity in action. We leave the Assembly to report back and consult on the outcomes of the Assembly. We will report to our communities, other networks, and organizations. We will convene locally, regionally, and in different sectors. We will collectively build the common vision, the common demands, and concrete program of action. This will include a focus on the 2024 national election. This is now where I add the points Tessa was making. These national elections are a key moment for the people to reclaim democracy from the elite politicians. The people must set the agenda for the 2024 elections. We will then reconvene by September 2023 to adopt this common vision, program of action, and mechanisms for coordinating our actions going into the future. Importantly, we will not simply wait for the planned convening. We will undertake public conscientization and activist education behind a vision of social justice that meets the concrete material needs of our people. We will strengthen our efforts to build solidarity and advance our current diverse struggles. We will sustain our ongoing work of collective community care, self-provisioning, and healing. Immediately, we call for the broadest mobilization to unite to fight the increases in electricity prices and Eskom's pollution of the atmosphere, threatening severe climate change. We call on the unemployed, women, youth, and children, shack dwellers, backyarders, rural people, workers, the LGBTQI community, the landless and the dispossessed, farm workers and farm dwellers, immigrants and refugees, and all other oppressed and exploited people to organize, mobilize, and unite. It is not yet Uhuru. Let us use our common resistance, struggles, and solutions from below to start the long journey to build a society we want and deserve. Ours is a movement of hope. An injury to one is an injury to all. Aluta. So there is some boring, turgid prose with a Stalinist tinge. Sindisa?
It's working now. As much as you read that like a freedom chart, it's progressive. But I just want to, what Prof. Madlingozi have shared earlier around the issue of language. I know translation is expensive, but if you have the funds and you're going to take these to communities, it must be translated in all languages and people can understand. Thank you.
Wozani Maqabane, Tsepo, and then the committee at the back, and then Tessa.
It's too long, comrade. It's too long. Can you, and it tends to be repetitive at some point. Can you just, how many pages are, is it 3 pages?
It's 960 words.
How many
and
pages
then
is
2.5 pages.
No, that's too long, comrade. If you can, please. Yeah.
There were repetitions indeed. The committee at the back, oh yeah, there you are.
Ngiyabonga Mazibu, uSifiso kaDladla from Action Aid South Africa. Uyazi uma senza izinto ne ngaso sonke isikhathi, we must have this thing in the back of our minds ukuthi what are we doing it for? And then between now and September, senze njani. Kunezinto eziningi ekumele zenzeke. Sizenza kanjani? Ubani ozokwenza ini, ubani ozokwenza ini, because we can't leave the space and the agitation that we've started. The gap in between. Ukuthi sozasibonana September kuzokwenzakalani. For those who are in politics, they know ukuthi political year started. Manifestos are being put together. So what is it are we doing? Ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi senze izinto ukuthi zibe le ndlela esifunayo. And you know, it's funny, Mazibuko, I'm sure he has, we've been submitting memorandums every now and then. What do we do after that? Declaration after declaration. The alternative mining indaba have formulated a declaration for the past 10 years. But what changes have those declarations brought in the communities that we solely represent? Thank you.
Thanks. Tess, we'll take the hands and then have the discussion on the points. Tess, Jason, Mimi, Minaj, and AB. Quickly, comrades.
Yeah, so just two things. One to add on to that. For me, the language of demand and want, I would replace with commit to. Because I'm not sure who we're demanding things from. I don't know who we expect must do anything. We are here in the capacity of leaders of this society, whether we like that or not. So for me, I want to speak in the tone of I commit to doing the following things. And I agree that it needs to be shorter and sharper so that we're all clear what we're committing to. We must commit to some action points between now and September that, you know, the process is nice, but I think in the declaration, we're declaring to go and take action. And I think that's what I'd like the tone to be. The second thing is, I think there needs to be some commitment that we make to young people in this thing. I think between yesterday and today's morning panel, the thing that came out very clearly for me is that we must commit to ensuring that young people become full participants in this democracy and that we are ready to have young people lead this country. And I want to commit to that. And then the last, sorry, it's two small ones. The word organize is not in there at all. And I think we must emphasize that we are going to organize our way out of this. So we are going to organize for what we want rather than wait for what we want, demand for what we want. We must organize for it and we must figure out what that organizing is going to look like. And my very, very last thing is the category of people that you left out of your list of people who need to come around the table is professionals. Working people and professionals and what we refer to as the middle classes in this country are almost as precarious as everybody else. Next week, Thursday, on the 2nd of February, Stand Up SA is organizing a march to Megawatt Park. When I joined the Stand Up SA WhatsApp group, I didn't recognize a single person on the group of over 200 people. And I realized because they're all young professionals who'd never organized a march before in their lives. And they're standing up and they're willing to go out there and organize. So we must not reject that group of people who are in corporate, people, because those are our children. They are our young people who've gone to varsities and who've gone to all of this and find themselves experiencing racism on a daily basis in corporate South Africa and under the crunch. So they are organizing and they should be on there and we should be with them when they organize.
Jason?
So I don't want to get ahead of the discussions of content and themes, but there's one issue. It's a burning big issue that's already been mentioned several times in these 2 days. It's the Universal Basic Income Grant. And the next year is the crucial year when the contestation is happening over whether that's going to happen or not. It will affect more than 10 million people living in South Africa. So my call is, can we refer to it? Ideally, can we make a call for the Universal Basic Income Grant in the declaration?
Thank you. Mimi?
Hi, everyone. So also, I'm sensing having read this document and the responses on language And this is coming from umimi okhulele emfuleni. And if I am, what is this category, 14 to 35, as a youth, I would also like to know, when we say action, what does that mean in that context? I think visually, and I think people think visually every day. And if this is about having, or if this is about a kind of agency, what kind of action are we actually calling people to? The suitcase words is what I mean. So if you say action, what is action? In whatever perspectives that we come from. Yeah, that's.
Minaj?
Thank you, comrade from the ACC, for drafting that. It's powerful. I agree with many of the previous speakers. Shorter, punchier. Two comments. The one, I think there has been consistency in our analysis of the problem and defining the society as one that's defined by racial capitalism and a rejection of that. I do think that was consistent. So I'm wondering if we can add that rejection somehow. And then I think I don't think that the first part of it describes the crisis with sufficient urgency. So I think we need to play around a bit with the words to make that more urgent, more robust. And then, sorry, it was three. And then the third comment is, we also spoke a lot yesterday more about the need to reimagine and our lack of imagination. And I think what was said yesterday was part of our lack of imagination was our lack of understanding issues structurally. And that goes to the racial capitalism rejection, but also maybe we should say something like we should name this future somehow, what we're imagining. So we do say free from all these things, but I think we should have a line where we're naming the future. I don't have any creative ideas now, but yeah.
Henrietta, you are the last one. Oh, AB, sorry, Bra AB. Let's go to Bra AB, then Henrietta. Comrades, let's not extend it further. Bente masingabi nemivuka maqabane. Masiyibambeni Bra AB quickly, then Henrietta.
Thanks very much. My take and listening is that we cannot refine it to the point where we want. Remember, we were saying along earlier that we will also be going back to consult, bring those who are not here on board slowly, but also use this period to refine what the vision is about, like the comrade has just said. Perhaps what is possible to be done at this point in time is just the language refinement and punchy. It can be circulated. Our key challenge, though, it is not what the ACC does. Is it ACC? Yeah. It is what we do, because having done that, perhaps in a month's time, ACC can convene an online discussion for refinement, but also our commitment here, because it is what we are going to do that is going to bring to life some of the key aspirations that we are saying, so that we don't try to resolve everything here. Thank you.
Thank you. Henrietta?
Thank you, Comrade. I'm on the same page as Comrade AB. So I want to caution, so yes, the want and the part and the commit to, I want to caution on the commit to and the doing part, because who's committing to what mandate do we have, and who's doing the action and all of that. And that has to come out of the consultation processes with locally, provincially, and all of those things. So it's good to have grand plans and say, yes, we have to focus on the elections and all of those things, where did that come from, that mandate and so forth. So it must come from, and that we have to work through in our movements, our organizations. So for me to go back to my organization or to my NGO, that we need to discuss. It might not have been part of our plans. So just generally, so when we're saying in that statement, we commit to A, B, and C, or rather we should rephrase. So I'm just throwing a word of caution in there, because going back, we're gonna get a lot of flack in terms of you coming with a mandate from whom and from what. Thank you, Com.
Thank you, comrades. Can I propose something based on the hands we've received? I'm worried about more and more hands coming. After Henrietta, 3 hands have come up. So that's why I'm trying to limit the democracy by synthesizing, synthesizing. I'm trying to synthesize the proposal based on the inputs we've received. My fear is that we can go on and on. That's my fear. Yeah. So let me come with a proposal and see how it takes us forward. And then we can reject.
Vibe, which is an augmented reality app that when you look at the image and you use your phone and you use ArtiVibe, you are able to see an image that is alive. So the image comes alive. It comes with sound, it comes with writing, it comes with movement and all these other elements. So the idea is to bring an image to life. So whatever that you imagine through photography and augmented reality can come to life now, just in a framework. And then as you go down, there's another one, I think just down the ramp, which was part of our legacy project. So as a photography school, we are facing a great challenge, which I think even our country is, the issue of legacy. And I think, just to even say it aloud, our legacy is access to images of history, access to images that tell stories of things that had happened. And I think a lot of us have those images, but don't know where to take it. So what we had done with our exhibition, we went through the years of photography, I think it was 7 years, if not 10 years back, and looked at what photography did in our communities, in our country, through the eyes of the students and the programs that we run across the country. So some of the images are coming from stories of Skeem Saam, which is a story or a narrative, a series of images that looks at men, brotherhood, and encourages that culture, and hence the title Skeem Saam. It was photographed by Sipho Koneka, who's part of our alumni, and the other one, I think it's a wide frame. So if you all see these images, they curatorially selected to ensure that there's an understanding of what these visuals represent. So the other one is the front, which is to do with racism and indifference in other spaces, particularly in Cape Town. That was photographed by Matt Kay. So all these bodies of work are a selection of all our social change and social activism that photography has taken in the photo workshop and in our country, in our program. And we are looking forward to be engaging in other platforms, other seminars, other assemblies where visuals can educate communities than the languages that we use. And I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
Abandoning your duty. If I can call Bishop Sioka, Ubudumlingani Poswayo, and Ugogu Ginash, please, to close for us. And then Norm Zambu will close with a vote of thanks. Should I switch it around? Okay, do your vote of thanks first.
I'm very sorry, I attend church. So at church, all these things are ordered. You pray after everything is done. So I think yesterday I did a vote of thanks because I want to acknowledge the people that made the assembly a possibility. But there are some people who really made the last 2 days so easy for all of us that I feel like we need to also acknowledge them in this room. And I see that they're not even here, being the volunteers, they're still outside. Firstly, when we arrived, some of us with our travel, us moving between the hotel, they made that so easy for us, and I want to appreciate them. If someone can help me grab them, that would be nice. But just to give a shout out to people who are not here. Initially, when we were thinking of putting together the assembly, the ACC had approached Executive Concierge to assist the event management, and they actually put together a plan, but they then became unavailable. And that gave us an opportunity to experience the hands of Arete Consultancy, which have been amazing and phenomenal and soothing for us. I feel like we've been quite blessed to have Arete manage the assembly. It's really been a blessing for us. But also the one thing that I know, and I want to acknowledge in the room, is that for those people who were willing to be speakers in this space, who gave up their time to prepare, for some for very long hours, I want to appreciate that sacrifice, and to also say that that seed will not die. As the ACC, we take it seriously. We'll make sure that these 2 days that you have also given do not die. So in the next month, you can definitely expect to hear from us. To our people in orange, orange being the new black. So thank you so much, guys, for volunteering to be part of this. And thank you to organizations for allowing you to spend their time on this. We really appreciate your seed, and we will water it and nourish it. So thank you so much. I'm brought to tears, not for your tears, Lorraine, but because I see Princess. I mentioned her name yesterday. Very good. So the organization that I work for, SERI, I always tell them, it runs on Princess. NYPD runs on Duncan, SERI runs on Princess. And we've been so fortunate to have her support the ACC, support Jonlin, support Romana and Romain for the work that all the service providers have given us, the artists, Sons of the South, Bangile, Abapas Bengoma were not here. For the people who refused to give us their voice in this room, for the people who did, we want to thank you. And we promise you, as the ACC, I want to say this multiple times, we will not let your seed die. We will water it, we will nourish it. It will be a great tree that one day can shelter all of us. Thank you.
Okay, now we pray.
Well, I think you should thank yourselves. Why don't you turn to the person next to you? Wait, hold it. turn to the person next to you and say, thank you for being here. It's been wonderful.
You on? Camakwe. Ndiyavakala? I wrote a few things down because before ndiqalisa ukuphahla, izolo we asked abantu abadala baze basondele from indawo ngendawo, so that they can guide this process, so they can join this process, so they can hold space in this process. Today, xa ndivuka ekuseni ndiphahla, I asked uba, what does this space have to offer that we can then bring back as a gift from abantu abadala siyazi ukuba basivile. And I woke up this morning and I burned incense to hold space. And I burnt rose geranium. And then I arrived and I found it at the entrance. And I've added it to this water. And these are the gifts that nature is giving us. So let me just tell you a little bit about rose geranium. Rose geranium can be used to soothe ailments in the skin. So wherever you are wounded, may it heal you, may it touch you, may it leave you feeling soothed, lighter, cared for, tended to. Rose geranium is a plant used for love and fertility. It is used as a symbol of the heart chakra. And may the heart that abantu abadala are leading with and offering in this space be carried throughout the work that we are doing constantly. May we always be guided by love. May all that was planted in this space and the seeds that were prepared so they could be planted in this space find fertile ground. May they grow and be as fragrant as this plant in your lives, in this country, in this region, in this world. This is an African proverb. When the root is deep, there is no reason to fear the wind. When the roots of the tree begin to decay, it spreads death into the branches. If you pick up one end of the stick, you also pick up the other. And no matter how beautiful or well-crafted a coffin may look, it will not make anyone wish for death. Xa sisenza inguqulo, funeka silanda abantu abadala engetheni kukomkhulu, ngendawo ngendawo. Sicela abantu abadala basityhile amehlo, basigqogqe indlebe. Xa siwela kukomkhulu, sihamba nabantwana, nabantu abadala. Kukho abakhwetha abafunwa emanzini, kukho ootata abaphethe umqombothi nebhokhwe. Yonke into, wonke umntu funeka ewelile. Ithi laa nto, xa abantu beza kwenza nguqulo bayazila bacenge izihlwele bacele abantu abadala badibane ngentloko bacenge abantu abadala bajike bajonge ngasendlini ukuze izinto zikhanye zilunge kuvuleke abantu baphile inguqulo zange yenziwa ngumntu omnye Thokoza Ndawe Miyoshe Mprofeti Nzunza Nguni Thokozani Camagwini sikhwaza abantu abadala ngendawo emanzini emoyeni emhlabeni emlilweni kukomkhulu elagcwabeni ezindulwini ezingetheni njengoba besinibizile ke abantu abadala sathi sicela nisondele sinibulela ubukho benu sibulela amaqabane adibene nathi sithi nali khandlela lenu abantu abadala asinilibelanga siyanazi uba nihamba nathi ngamaxesha onke sithi sicela abantu abadala bangasishiyi naxa sizawuhamba siphuma apha siyazi ukuba sinikeze ntoni siphila njani siyazi ukuba abantu funeka bafumane ntoni sizazi izikhalo zabantu sicela abantu abadala bahambe nathi sicela abantu abadala bahambe phambili sicela abantu abadala bakhanyise bakhokele sicela abantu abadala baphile sicela abantu abadala basivuse sibe ngabantu abaphilayo abazaziyo abazikhumbulayo ukuba singobani sizalwa ngobani siyazi egazini nangomphefumlo ukuba intsokolo ayonto esifaneleyo sicela abantu abadala basikhanyisele sicela abantu basigcine sicela kube chusi kube hele ngamaxesha onke busuke ubumnyama indlela zikhanye
Before I pray, I just wanted to say, as we've gathered in the past 2 days and we've deliberated on how to create social justice in our country, and as we've looked at the kind of South Africa we'd like to have, and looking at the institutions we want to have, the communities we'd like to have, I just want to also bring to our attention that we should also think about justice from within, because we believe that justice is the faculty of the soul. And if we are all souls, then we have this capacity to manifest justice. Maybe one of the things that needs to be part of our deliberations is how to reawaken that justice within us, how to awaken that, because then when we are alive to this fact that we're a soul and this soul has the capability to manifest justice, we'll begin to transform our society. Let us pray. O wena ojika ubuso bujonge kuThixo, vala amehlo akho kwinto zonke ezingezinye, uwavulele kubukumkani bakhe usoluzuko. Cela nayiphi na into oyinqwenelayo kuye yedwa, funa nayiphi na into oyifunayo kuye yedwa. Ngokujonga nje, unika amathemba amaninzi, ngokukrwaqula, uphilisa amawaka alikhulu ezigulo ezinganyangekiyo. Ngokuthi tshe, ubeka isithambiso kumanxeba onke. Ngokunqwala, ukhulula inhliziyo kumatyathanga entlungu. Wenza njengoko esenza. Sinakuphi na ke thina esinokukwenza? Uphumelelisa intando yakhe. Ugunyazisa lonto ayithandileyo. Ke ngoko kulungele kanye ukuba ugobe intloko yakho uzithobe uze ubeke ithemba lakho kwinkosi engusonceba.
Friends, we say we have come to an end of our work. The truth is, we have just arrived at the beginning of our work. God has set a strong foundation for us, through us, in this space which we created for us to work on, to examine issues of justice, and together we have started on the Exodus. We learned that God is love, but I want to challenge you to insist or emphasize the character of God as justice. It is easy for us to hear people calling for peace, forgetting that there cannot be peace without justice. Justice is the character of God. This is what Scripture teaches us. That righteousness and justice are the foundation of God's throne. Therefore, I think we have the right to rejoice at what we have done in these past 2 days. Let us not be afraid to praise our achievements, because the bricks are now in our hands, and we can build on this foundation, this strong foundation that God has created for us. Let us go out and organize. Let us go out and mobilize. Let us go out and conscientize our people. Let us give ourselves to all that we have been thinking, to all that we have done, so that we change this world to be the world we want. And so, I want to pray that we shift things that needs to be shifted, as we have been saying, construct things that needs to be built, so that at the end of it all, when we look back, we can say we have done it. So let us receive the blessing. May the good Lord look kindly on us and give us peace. Prosper our work. Make his face shine on us so that we be light of the world. May the good Lord bless us with courage, with energy, with wisdom to serve him in and through his people, especially the poor and the marginalized. May our lives, actions, and words tell of our commitment and witness to justice wherever we go and wherever we find ourselves. God bless us all, now and always. Amen.